Yeah, apparently it's almost Christmas time. Oh God. I mean, it's the second half of the year, right? For a while already. So Christmas soon, I guess. Get your gifts ready. Welcome to the stream, Bernard, Brain Manager, Astronaut, Hernand S. Seth, Game Disco, Doria, Matt Cat, Bet Twice, Hello Zolik, Albadun, Vixen, Select Linear, Marcel, Tony, Wildport, Zero Charlie, Code Off, Demony, and Hexacon, Tuscan, Panty Raider, Champax, Freak Factor Shorty, Melvin, Aza, Doctor, McLovin, StreamDRB, Syric, Hoshi, Ezra, and Thora, Will Jonesy, Virtech, Astrical, Seonic, in fact, as Derek Karn, Rolf Byrne is here, Jackie, Alexi, Shapiro, Bernard, Cody, Buffalo, Saviak, Mali, and a Boxer Body Greetings to Ben Fraction, Amber, Ambaratakis, Joy White Bread, or Joy with Bread, actually, we don't know what color, Cracker, Stinson, Argoni, Zero, Splody, Seth, another Seth, wait, what? Multiple Seths, now I'm confused. Hello, Fearblaze. I'm confused. Why did I see a Seth there? Oh, okay. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I didn't know this actually even worked. So apparently my little greeting app that helps me basically list the first thing every one of you said during the pre-stream, as in so I can greet everybody exactly once, right? Also takes into account Kick. Turns out. Okay. Here we are. Welcome everybody to the stream. Happy Thursday. And, well, we will have a look at this, but let's say from downtime. First, let's log in and get some faction warfare sites started. There was an info drop yesterday with a video about the HUD, and there was one particular thing where, well, I mean, it's a lot of info, but one particular thing made my brain explode, and in a good way. I want to talk about this. This is going to be great. Yeah, I'll join Kick with a different name though. Otherwise, it wouldn't work, Seth. Right? If you have the exact same name, it wouldn't show up in my greeting panel twice. More buttons. Yeah, hit us. Oh, Hoshi. I identified a feature. Well, the feature itself was not mentioned in the HUD. But there is a feature that is so good. Yeah, it blew my mind. Wait for it. I'm not going to spoil it. It's just like, I can hype this up because I know how good this is. They didn't talk about any of it, but I mean, that this is just such an obvious thing. And yeah, downtime. Too soon, right? Does the feature involve a fried chicken? No, not. I mean, if we could have a logo on top of our capacitor recharger, why not, right? Is it the secret booster bay? The secret booster bay? No. It is something that is absolutely mind-blowingly useful in a particular situation. And it is, I would say, when they put the 2D map out there, it motivated me to do something I've never done before, which is, cleaning up my shit. And it's actually enjoyable with the map and organizing a route and whatnot, and you get a real sense of where you are. It's in that sort of magnitude department. So I wonder if this is gonna a possible thing. Greetings, Mad Cat. How's Gamescom doing? Welcome everybody to the stream. Let's log into our Gallente Blaster Boy, shall we? It is Stream Streak Day. Wait, what? What does that have to do with Wiggles? I'm so confused. 55 consecutive streams. Stinson's going to have his 705th, right? Ah, crap. Well, it is what it is. Okay, there we go. Eve client is up. Just need it in the right place. How about that? Yeah, that works. As in for me, in the right place. For you, it was perfectly aligned. Never not wiggle the erst. There you go. Also, I have been considering... that's too much. We'll talk about it later. Let's just do one step at a time. Where am I? Let's start there. Okay, cool. I probably need more null. Can I buy that here? Yes. It's a bit expensive, but oh well. Jumping 5 times to get it cheaper is more expensive, so we will eat that cost, and off we go. Yeah, 705 consecutive streams. Yeah, I see. Chat demands-esque right there. You're swagging today. Okay. Played the new PoE 2 champ. Okay. Had a look at the Heroes of Might and Magic 3 remake. Lots of fun. Cool stuff. I was at work today. We had a long discussion about AI and its use, and yeah, it's kind of like if you don't use it now, you put yourself at a disadvantage. That's somewhat the conclusion. Yeah. Where are we going? Need a destination. Agency, faction warfare. How about... Oh, there's a basic Gallente site here. Where's my probe scanner? There we go. Is BSC open? BSC basic is open, and we're gonna have a fun... Well, maybe even a fight. Let's go. Quickly! So your rule, it really, you need to be so specific with that statement. The question is, what are you doing with AI? And then it comes to, then you can specify efficiency or not. There are certain tasks where it will definitely cost less than an actual developer, and it will produce better results than an average developer. Oh, he doesn't want to play. Okay. Kestrel doesn't want to play. Well, let's kill it then. So you're right. If you're just like, hey, let's replace the developer with AI, it's probably not going to be a good idea. But let's speed up certain tasks, as in legwork. As a whole different story. It's really about what you're focusing on. Hello, Fuzunsu. Greetings. The fit is not shared. I don't know if this is any good. I only ran it yesterday a little bit. Hello, Mashin. How's it going? And hello, Veldaspar. Greetings. So, I'll give you an example. Let's say it's a small team, right? Yeah, augment the developer with AI equals more productivity. Small detail. Let's say you have a small team. Like one has a clue about front-end development, another one has a clue about back-end development, and the third one is, I don't know, the architect or whatnot, has a clue about nothing really, like myself. Ooh, Federation Navy comment. Wait, oh no, they can't come in here, right? Yeah, they can't come in here. All right, so now the front-end developer, I don't know, did something in Angular. Let's take a really bad example, and would like to merge some code they wrote. Now, giving that merge request to the backend guy who has no clue about the technology, about like Angular in specifically, or whatever, right? Then that review is a waste of time for both parties. Like the reviewer wastes his time with stuff he doesn't know, and the reviewee is assuming there's some sort of better quality of his code because somebody who had no clue looked at it. It's way better to give that merge request to an LLM. The output is going to be faster. It's going to cost less time for the backend guy, and the quality is definitely better. Or the review feedback is way better than the backend guy could have given. That is not just a plus of speed. It is also a plus to quality. Yeah, and long term it will have a good effect because you basically get better reviews for less effort. Pretty much. I don't know how you want to call me, Krabby. My official job title is Senior Software Architect. But I left the corporate world. I'm just doing consulting 2.5 days a week since September. So technically, I have no clue what I'm talking about anymore, right? Time moves fast. Hello, Valley. Valley and Norva. Greetings, Sildrake. I guess this study was way too broad, Virul. If you put everything in the basket, yeah, probably. But if you look at the processes, specifically your development, the problem is what a lot of companies are doing when they are comparing AI-driven or AI-assisted. Well, AI-driven development and AI-assisted development or augmented development is not the same thing. And if you think that you can just use the development processes you have and then throw AI in the mix, no. Only very edge casey scenarios will benefit from this in a meaningful way. A lot of things will maybe even become slower. But if you look at the development process itself, identify the shortcomings you have currently and see where AI can help, then it can be definitely a net positive. It's just about looking at it as a whole. The big picture is important here. You're only going to do that until September this year? Wait, what? No, September last year, Mosh Pits, I switched from my, what was it? 70% sort of corporate gig to how much is 2.5 days a week? Not much anymore, corporate gig. Did we talk about the HUD changes yet? No, I'll do that from downtime. That's the plan. I only just started the stream. I would like to have, most of us here so we can go through it together. That's the plan. And downtime is always a good point to read things. So let's do that. You have thoughts? I have. Man, yesterday I had one idea that blew my mind because of the changes. And I really, really hope we will get something like this. This would open up a new world for a lot of people. I'm 100% sure. Carson, greetings. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. 1 full day out of 5 is 20%. Okay, so yeah, I'm a 20% consulting person. Tell us the idea. We will go through this basically. We will start from the top, and we will get stuck on a particular image. Which, once I saw that one, I was like, "Oh fuck, this is gonna be so great." If they think the same way, but let's see. Downtime. We will look at it. Maybe it's a brain fart and I haven't... certainly, it's just a brain fart and I haven't considered everything, right? But hey, who knows? Was it in the video too? No. It's not an idea they had. It's an idea something that just makes sense that came to my mind when I saw one of the things. I was like, that's a no-brainer. You gotta just do that. Cliffhanger. Yeah, sorry. Now we're talking pro streamer. Tune in, I don't know, 45 minutes from now. Yeah, that's why you are here, if it's a brain fart or not. Indica is at a 100 consecutive streams. Well, you don't want to work on Excel anymore. Ooh. Like and subscribe. Erst won't tell us what it is. I will. Just, again, it makes more sense if we do that at downtime rather than just after I started the stream. Greetings, Chippa. Not for much longer, Stinson. Everybody's stream streak will matter. I know I do that. And you keep mentioning your shit as well. Yeah. I mean, 6 months is not a long time, Stinson. I guess you're just, your expectations are too high. How about that? Okay, let's go. Next. Scout basic. Set destination. Moving on. Oh, I didn't even use my drone. That was longer. It took me a year to paint the wall. Well, 11 months, give or take. But after 11 months of procrastinating and, you know, mulling over it, I came up with a the most efficient solution. So it was worth it, I guess. To buy buying a painted wall, that would have been great. It wasn't efficient to paint that wall on month 1. They were gone, right? They would have been gone, or they were planning to be away for 1 year, right? Long story, but anyways. Oh, Federation Navy comment. Wait, they cannot go in there. Why do they keep warping to this? Very confusing. Oh well. Sorry, where was I? So it would not have been efficient to paint the wall month 1, because then there would have been a painted wall for 11 months. Nobody would have appreciated. That is 11 months of wasted painted wall potential. So, yeah. There you go. That makes sense in my mind. They did come back to a freshly painted... There, Nick Paul got the gist of it. The wall was as freshly painted as it could have been. No 11 months of degradation through, I don't know, sunshine or something. I don't know how this works. Guys, you're the ones that cannot let go that wall. I'm ready to move on. I mulled it over 11 months. Now I'm good to go. Procrastination, whitewashing like a procrastination is not bad. Procrastination is a filter, a very important one. You do not want to do unnecessary things. You do not want to write code that is not absolutely necessary. And a lot of times you start with, oh, I think I need to do that. Just wait a bit. Not really. Yeah. What if you filter everything out? Then it wasn't necessary. Krabby, in my 20-something plus experience of doing software stuff, more often than not, the thing you initially thought or were told you should do was definitely not the thing you finally ended up doing if you gave it enough time to, either completely dismiss it because don't reinvent the wheel. Somebody already did this, so you just point to that direction, or you figured out what you actually need to do rather than what the client thought would be a good solution to whatever issue they have or had. And sometimes they don't even have that issue if you give them an ear, right? Okay, we'll add Macterius experience on top of the 20 I already had. Okay, sample size erst, but that's just my experience. And that's obviously all I can talk about. Things I've learned strongly point to don't just start running when you get the first clue of what you think is what's going on. That's definitely never not what's happening. And it also helps you prioritize. As in, important things may sound important at first, things may sound important at first, but importance really surfaces if the same question repeats or the same people are showing up at your desk and be like, hey, I really need this because, I don't know, the building will burn down otherwise. Something like that. That is kind of also why there's a backlog. The main thing with a backlog is not necessarily so every idea never gets forgotten. It is so we can rearrange it. And things are basically, it's like cooking a good meal with a backlog. Sometimes you just need to steer a little bit longer, and some things you get from the top because you don't want it in the food, or some things go to the bottom, because they need a little bit more time of mulling over, etc. Procrastination is the number one thing that makes something good. Procrastination is not ignoring the task. It is sort of actively postponing it and mulling it over, right? Low disk, yes, on the weekend. Not today. Now you know why erst is needed. I needed an office? To mull over things. I don't think I will get fights in the basics. But yeah, let's see. Well, not if local is empty, but... A mulling room, yes. Procrastination is different than analysis paralysis. Yeah, I would say so. Nick Paw. I needed an office for my stapler. I do not have a stapler. I haven't owned a stapler in a decade. Or even more. Oh, that was a reference to the movie Office Space. I obviously missed it. Darren has a question. If they clear a data site, does it reset after downtime? If you leave one of the caches up, and it depends on... Oh, very, very basically, if the moment the signature or anomaly disappears from your probe scanner, it's gone. So if whatever you do makes that thing go away, some relic and data hacking sites will go away after the initial hack. That one you won't see after downtime. But if you don't trigger the completion of the site pre-downtime, it's gonna be there after downtime as a general rule. Ooh, Tristan is here. Oh wait, that's a friendly. All right, moving up. Next site is finished. Do we have another basic nearby? Not here. Not there. Nope. And nope. There. And greetings, Tasselhoff. If you shoot NPCs in a particular site and that site isn't completed before downtime, the ads will just be respawned during. So Alfborn was thinking about doing the repairing for faction warfare, just wondering if it's worth trying. Or would you just die a lot trying to do that? What do you mean repairing for faction warfare? Like standings? And it should be pretty quick. Just do the SOE arc and then you might already... Actually, the best way to fix your standings is do the campaign objectives. The majority of the campaign objectives is not requiring you to join the faction warfare gig, but you still get standings for the faction. You do the... Oh, sorry, you're talking about the repair other capsuleers task. All right, now I understood the question. Let's forget what I just said. I haven't considered doing this task yet, so I don't know if it's worth it. I mean, you can cheese it, right? Just bring two tunes, one the repaired one and one the repairer, and then yeah, switch roles. Did I bring a PowerPoint? No, I didn't. No. We will base our conversation on the document FC published about the HUD changes. Make it dual and then repair one another. I think I would just bring, I don't know, actually, yeah, but bring two ships that are shooting each other but also have a remote rep. Done. And make sure you're not doing more damage than your remote rep, otherwise, yeah, things are not going to go as well as they could. Yeah, dual is a good idea, so you don't have to worry about any flags or standing issues. Can I store up ads before the discussion so we don't get interrupted by ads? Oof. Well, I can click a button and postpone one batch of ads, something for, what was it? I don't know for how long. There's a button for that. Yeah, it's obviously not there right now. I can, I hope I will be realizing I have to click the button. You didn't hear me answer? Oh, God. Nick Paul. Yeah, well, what shall I say? I usually try to not get disrupted in my flow by ads. They happen. They are a thing. And yeah, if I were to schedule the content around ads, I would schedule it around the wrong thing. Sorry. If I notice, the thing is, if the ad break started, I cannot do anything about it anymore. So I would need to notice the pop-up that says, hey, ads are about to start in 5 minutes. I can click a button there. I remember that. But I don't have that information on my screen because I don't want this to disturb my flow. I think it would be a wrong lever or to observe, or a wrong indicator to observe. So no promises. So you can snooze ads 3 times for up to 5 minutes each. Okay, that would be annoying. Yeah, that's not a solution. I may manage to push that button once, but not. And then it's only a 15 minutes kind of thing, right? And also, if I do this, some of those tuning in will get pre-rolls, which if I can make something or eliminate something, it would be pre-rolls, because that's the thing that, well, I can only talk about myself. That's why I think pre-rolls are bad. If I click on a stream and the first thing that happens is ads are playing, I clicked on the stream because I wanted to know if I liked the streamer or the topic or whatever, right? And if that stream has an ad playing right away, I walk away right away every single time, because I do not know the person streaming, and my curiosity or my investment is so low at that point that I'm like, yeah, what, fuck it, I'll try another one. If you don't take care of your pre-rolls, I believe you are making a mistake as a creator. So that's the main thing. And if I postpone ads, there's a chance that pre-rolls will happen. Now, obviously, if you happen to tune in at the very 90 seconds every half hour where there are ads, and this is when you click, well, that's just shit happens. But for the other 28.5 minutes, I'm in control. I think by running, if I were to hit there's a button called run ad break. I don't think that affects the frequency of the 30-minute ads played. The only thing it does, it turns off pre-rolls for longer if you were to skip the actual scheduled one. Something like that. The fact that we are, I don't know, discussing this for so long is, yeah. I don't do anything with the ads, Nick Paul. They happen on a 30-second cadence. Sorry, 30-second. On a 30-minute basis. And it's 90 seconds every 30 minutes. So you can set that as that's a setting I set many years ago. And that's the absolute minimum of ads per hour, which unlock the better ad revenue split. So I run the absolute minimum possible to still get the better ad revenue split. Doesn't get more efficient than that. Also, keep in mind, I actually don't know if there's ads on Kick. You can watch the stream on 2 other platforms as well. which you may have already a subscription to. Like, if you have YouTube Premium, you know, you can just watch on YouTube. Just saying. Ian Disco is watching the Gamescom stream, trying to spot a wild Maddie. Good luck. Who knows? Ooh, a Kestrel. A Kestrel is common. Let's go back to the warp bin. Wonder if this is a friendly. It isn't. Okay, cool. So we're going to approach that Kestrel right away. Web, scram, everything. Void it is. Warrior out. Let's heat this. Off we go. Turn on the reps. Okay, he's quite... That's quite... The damage is quite hard. Oh, wait, actually, he is faster than I am. How the hell is he faster than I am? That's not good. Okay. We need null here. Oh, I'm gonna die here because I'm an idiot, right? Oh, God. The guy is pulling out of range like crazy. And my reps are almost gone. I need to get closer really quick. Let's heat the mids. Okay, I'm out of reps. Now it needs to die or I'm dead. Oh, the guy's still faster than I am. How in the world? Holy shoot, guys. Look at this. Oh, God. I hope he doesn't have hull. Oh, my God. He has hull? How in the world does he have hull like that? I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Yeah, I'm out of range. I'm just done. I'm done. Holy shit, man. Wow. Was it a double web? I actually didn't check how many webs. That was crazy. I could have won this fight, though. This was just a matter of having the wrong ammo at the start. If I had the right ammo, as in range, from the start, it would have died. Okay, I need to kind of use long range to start and then switch to short range if I figure out, wait, that's gonna work. That was a good fight. Learned something. What do we need? Not this, not that. Oh, wait, shit, where did I... Oh, yeah. I'm in Dodixie. Oh, good. Standard exile. Yeah, everything happens so fast. That's why you need to have a couple of fights to sort of get the gist. And then it's more like acting than reacting. And then you are going to be in the driver's seat of the fight. Right now, I'm sitting on the back seat and basically just looking at what's happening and trying to make sense of it. All right. One sec. Let's get this ready so I can go back out again. That looks fine. Oh wait, I forgot the drones, right? I say drones, plural. It's just one. Warrior. Nope. Here, actually. Oh wait, that's simulate. Fit chip. Why? Batman Larry's in the house. Greetings. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for the raid. How are you doing? Let's do a shout out. Batman. Oh, too late. You gotta be kidding me. Now that Mad Cat isn't the fastest, Seth is picking up the slack. Crazy. Astronaut thinks he has the fit of the Kestrel. Alright, let's check. So the Kestrel that killed me was this one, most likely. Yeah, double web. That's why I couldn't catch up. Yeah, that's just... inevitable, I would say. I need to do a lot of damage early, and then... yeah, I win. I don't have that much HP. Outpaced by a goon. What do you mean? The pilot... I don't know. That's a Reddit level comment, Stinson. And you know it. How about we have a quality discussion? I'm the only one allowed to bash goons on this channel. Just so you know. Okay. Ooh, 5 jumps, really. Oh yeah, I'm Dodixie. Makes sense. Yeah, I don't think I need to insure the ship. It doesn't really make much sense, does it? Hello, Silas. How's it going? Wait, did Larry run? No, Larry said 07. I hope you're doing fine. Have I tried triple boxing cruisers in the sites yet? No. I was running VNIs for the longest time. Now I need to run Tech 1 frigates because this faction warfare campaign objective thing requires it. Is there a chance that those filaments that took you to an abyssal arena with PvP will return? I mean, we had... actually, the last event that did have a proving ground aspect is... that's longer than a year, isn't it? We haven't had these in quite a while. 2+ even, yeah. I do wonder why. So it is either that they are very hard to maintain, like effort for the dev is too high. It's probably a combination thereof. And popularity. It's the only thing I can come up with. If it's only 0.01% of the player base who cares about this, why would you put effort into it? Not popular enough to keep them maintained according to the CSM. Yeah, right. It's a return of investment kind of issue at the end of the day, right? And then it doesn't change if, you know, some content creators like the feature or not. It's just not relevant. Sorry, Gustav. Keep trying, I guess. Cheers. You know, duels exist. Everyone needs their hill to die on. Absolutely. Sometimes taking a stroll and discovering another hill is cool as well, though. At the end of the day, it's a sandbox, right? We can make our own hills. The Stain Gate guy proved that if you keep banging on for long enough, I mean, you know, if the idea makes sense, at some point it might actually make sense. It depends on where the game is going. Like, just because a feature or a loop doesn't work right now or isn't worth maintaining has nothing to do with if it may be worth maintaining it in 5 years from now because whatever, the landscape or the audience or something changed, right? But yeah, you can go back to that hill when it makes sense, I reckon. This, yeah, comes down to we're allowed to change our mind. This is, I mean, when did that get out of fashion? I have an opinion until it changes because I got additional facts or I realized some of the facts I thought were facts were just, I don't know, bullshit. And then you change your opinion. Why is that a bad thing? There, that's the site I want to run. I heard a term lately. I say lately. Bunch of months ago. What we need is let's leave it at that. I need to procrastinate that thought a bit longer before I put it out there. Oh, wait. Somebody's already here. Oh shit. Did I just... Oh my god. I hope... Did I just get completion for this? Yeah, sorry. Oh no, I got a fruit fly here again. Jeez, I hate these things. Moving on to the next one. That was a really dumb timing. I didn't mean to take away LP from this person. I warped in literally the moment the site finished. Oh well. Enyo? No, this is an ish something. What's the name of this? Incursus. Sorry. Tech 1. I'm an accidental seagull, yeah. We need a TLA for this. I like ASG, actually. I'm a dirty ASGer. Where was I? Yeah, I wanted to say something really profound and important, but it slipped my mind, so oh well. Your loss. God. I shouldn't be allowed to live stream, I guess. Hello, CH Bros. How's it going? What is an ASGer? An accidental seaguller. Innominatus. I mean, these BSC sites are actually quite dangerous in that regard. They only run 5 minutes, right? So it's a higher chance warping in that it is about to finish when you, go there. A TLA is a 3-letter acronym, yes. Innominatus. Sorry, I should have been more clear about that. Basic is open, although nobody is in there, and there is only a neutral in the house. Hello. Hekateka. How's it going? I could say that, Ice Lord, but would it change something for somebody? Oh, I'm doing pretty okay, Hekateka. I would say. There's an incursion community called TLA. Oh, really? did not know. Wait, according to FC, there's still a landmark no one has ever found. I should actually get into a habit and saying Fenris instead of FC. Who knows, right? Medieval, enjoy the site. Oh, that's you. I mean, so Medieval, I don't care about the LP. I just want the capture progress. So feel free to enter if you are doing the same task. I don't care. Be my guest. I want this to go from 5 out of 10 to 10 out of 10. And I don't think it matters how many people are in this site for this to take up, so. Yeah, be my guest. And we were stronger in numbers, right? That other kestrel is going to blow up to both of us. Hello, Mephiston. I mean, I'm not doing... I don't say CCP anymore, low disk space. I haven't in a long while. Well, unless I read it in chat. But I said FCE for quite a while now, pretty consistently. But I think I want to change it to Fenris. Maybe it's a landmark you have to actually scan down. It's not something that has a beacon in space, right? Who knows? The detainer has been detained and eliminated. Can it be that the beacon only spawns and stays when the first one warps to there? Yeah, maybe there's some sort of trigger for that, yeah. Engineer. Yeah, hack guitar, that's the main reason. So if we call it Fenris rather than FC, at the end of the day, it's the same, like, it takes the same time to say it, right? Fenris, FC. But you don't gain anything by saying FC. Fenris, FC, same thing. Reddit has started to call them FCCP, which, yeah, you know, we don't have to adapt that language. Let's do Fenris. Fenris is a beautiful word. In my opinion. Cheers. Alright, site completed. Half the LP, but 6 out of 10 now, so all good. I'm just gonna warp to a safe. And then we will await downtime. I was judging the word, not the meaning, sorry. Fenris is too much typing. I mean, you save 2 letters, low disk space, and you even have to, you know, hold your shift key if you want to do the FCCP thing, or, well, be super lazy and have it non-capitalized. Oh wait, I cannot. Well, okay. Anyways, I choose Fenris to get the ambiguity out of the way in regards to fleet commanders. NPCs keep spawning after the site's captured. Yeah, if the site capture moment aligns exactly with the respawn of the rat, then it happens. And with a 5-minute site, this is much more likely to happen more often than with longer sites, I would assume. Hello, Duns. How's it going? All right, now we are looking at... This is going to take a while, so feel free to tell me when the server's back, but we'll go through this because this is important. So, for who has not heard that FC, as in, sorry, Fenris. Oh yeah, run the ads early. Maybe that's a good idea. Okay, we will start in a minute. We'll do a quick ad break right now, so the thing will not interfere, hopefully. I'm just looking at chat. Prepare for cognitive coins. Oh, wow. Yeah, let's just wiggle till the ads are open. It says 20 seconds on my end. I think this is the first time during a stream where I do this. Oftentimes when I'm about to end, as in when the raid in progress thing starts, I would hit the, play some ads to get another, I don't know, 50 cents out of it. It accumulates. Okay, so everybody should be back from the ads, and I hope we have postponed the next ones a little bit doing what I just did. So let's get started. A 1K memory challenge. What is that? Everyone... else gets to use FC, okay. And I have to use Fenris. That's me and Caviar, right? And here's the thing. If I do the manual ad play when there's already the rating screen, you're not going to miss anything. So I guess nobody loses except for the advertiser, which, I'm okay with it. I can sleep at night. Rogue Pieman, greetings. How are you doing? So, evolution, not revolution. I guess this is an important bit, although I'll address that in a moment. Get a peek under the HUD. Hello, everyone. In this second HUD blog, we go deeper into some areas of improvement we have identified with the current HUD, how we want to tackle them, and introduce some of the new functionality we want to add. One of our main goals is to make the HUD easier to read and interact with, while making sure that the changes also allow us to add new capabilities that are welcome for players who have spent the time to build muscle memory around the current HUD but would want more capabilities. We are not in a rush to a full release. We will start with an opt-in phase, take time to gather your feedback, and iterate in the opt-in phase before moving to an opt-out phase and eventually fully transition to the new HUD. So this, I'm going to just share opinions on this. This makes sense. The process makes sense. And everybody being like, hey, why don't we just keep an option so we can go back to the old HUD forever? No. That's just, you're adding maintenance tasks to the dev team, which is dumb. So no, let's make the new one as good as it can be and let the old one go, free up the resources to put more effort into the new one. Having things active in parallel for a long time is just a waste of money. They could do something else in the meantime. And personally, I'm absolutely with them to look into this element. The potential is clear. And just because something was around for 20 years and hasn't changed much does not imply it was the best it could be. It's only stating that, well, so far it didn't hurt us enough to touch it, which we heard another story about Python in that department before. But let me not rant about this right now, right? All right. So we take any change to this established core interface seriously and have done extensive research sessions with both new players and veterans. We brought in a group of new players to monitor how they interact with the game and identify their pain points. It's always eye-opening to watch a newer player interact with our game, since we often forget the struggles they experience because we are so used to the UI as it is. We also spoke with veterans to understand their needs and had great sessions with the CSM to get their perspective. Then at FanFest, we ran a workshop session with players in addition to getting feedback at our UI booth. That's a weird sentence. Then at FanFest, we ran a workshop session with players. Oh, okay, so they had a workshop and were getting feedback at the UI booth. Sorry. Thank you. Now, brain caught up. So this is a work in progress, and unfortunately, it's not very high resolution. So we will scroll down to the single parts of it. Wait, so hold on a second. We have just proven that doing a manual ad run is not postponing the regular every 30 minutes thing. We just proven that. So yeah, let's wait it out for a second. Or, I don't know, 90 seconds. No, 30 seconds. Oh, wait. I think that might have my bad. I did a 1 minute run. I should have done a 90-second one. Jesus, Twitch, really? Okay. So it does work. I just did the math. Okay. So Face Easy says he truly dislikes when software companies keep developing their front end, especially with professional software. But Eve is quite close. That's not development, just screwing up years of muscle memory. I don't think you just read the first or understood the first paragraph, Face Easy. They literally said, we're going to make sure that your muscle memory is not going to be impeded. Impeded? It's the word, I think. Right? Oh shit. Chat is scrolling like crazy. Impacted. Like, I want to give a negative connotation to it. Impacted is neutral. There's a word with I that means like you're negatively impacted. What's that word? I know there's a word like that in English. Well, we'll figure it out. Anyways, compromised? No, that's not I. Impaired. Yeah, impaired maybe. It's probably not even a good thing to combine with muscle memory. Presence. Okay, anyways. Where were we? So, let's see what they're trying to do. After watching how players interact with the HUD, what they understood, where they struggled, and where they could benefit from added capabilities, a few common themes started to emerge. We would like to review these themes and discuss how we want to improve them. So, I look at the UI. You can look at the UI or an interface in a more general way. At the end of the day, it's an interface, right? Interface is whatever. Can be visual, can be audio, can be, I don't know, smell, can be force feedback, something, right? And if you design an interface for a certain set of features in 2005, and you are not constantly reiterating on that thing every time you add new features, you're just trying to cram in these new features into the existing interface, you will eventually end up in this situation we are now. So there are a few things you would only know if, well, somebody told you, like the overheating thing or whatnot. So this is, I'm looking at this more in a very big picture mode. They haven't done much to an interface. And if an interface is not refactored every time there is a significant sort of feature heap or feature addition, and then you end up in a situation where the thing is just not telling you everything, and only people who know would be able to do certain things with that HUD. So it is in my opinion, correct to address this. And if you touch something after, I'm not saying touching something and completely overhauling it after 20 years is the way to go. The mistake is to not have touched the freaking interface for 20 years, and now the change looks kind of big. That's bad. That's the bad part of it. But well, here we are now, so we better do it now than in 20 years because it's going to be even worse, right? So in German we call it Das Kind ist schon im Brunnen gefallen. The problem is there, the technical debt has accumulated, and addressing it is going to be a huge sort of contrast to what we have now to what we will get, or at least it seems so in the first place. Patch is live. Oh, nice. So I do agree with Face Easy that changing a UI significantly in one step is a really bad and dumb thing. But, they basically put themselves in a corner at this point. And they have to do something now. And you can't just replay the last 20 years over the next 20 years because we're going to be still 20 years behind. So you have to catch up, and catch up is going to be a more significant change. Change is always a problem, and yada, yada, yada. So I'm not arguing that this is a bad idea to do that much change on one go. The mistake was made over the last 20 years, and now, well, it's going to be a more significant one. I just wanted to, explain what I meant by that I disagree with Face Easy. Their mistakes have been made, significant ones. If you don't do maintenance regularly, well, it's gonna suck when you have to do it eventually. Same topic as we had 2 days ago. All right, internally we often talk about cognitive coins. We want our players to spend their cognitive coins on meaningful gameplay, not on fighting usability quirks in user interface. Every coin a player spent navigating these quirks adds up. In the end, makes the main user interface harder to learn than it needs to be. Yeah, that makes sense, right? Silas is here after 6-year hiatus. Okay, you're getting back into the swing of things in EVE. Can I recommend a VOD or anything else to help you get a good overview of the new features? Oof. 6 years, that's a hard catch up. I mean, you could go through the patch notes of the last 6 years, or you could just go and tell Claude to go through the patch notes for you and summarize it. Probably not even a bad tip. Oh, there you go. Shogun has the same idea. Okay, so this is what we have right now. Yeah, we all know what we have, right? At some things you look more often, and other things, depending on how you play the game, you have never touched a button. So for me, just to give you a little bit of context, these like overheat rack buttons, I have in 20 years of EVE never used a single time. I heard of like edge cases or use cases, like if you are a smart bomber, for example. Well, that's what you do because you can't stack the smart bombs. You overheat them like this. That's all I heard. Okay, I usually disable these buttons because the hotkeys I need to toggle the thing I need to do with these buttons, I know at this point, so I don't use the buttons anymore. So to me, modularity is kind of a big topic, right? So I can change the interface to what I need. How long have I been playing this? EVE? Well, I played in 2003 and 4, and then I had 10 years break because World of Warcraft, and then I came back in 13, 14, I don't know. I've played ever since, pretty much. Okay, so I'm going to say it one more time. I don't care if the server is up or not. We're looking at this right now and having our thoughts and feedback and inputs and reactions. Because I think this is the single most important thing FC is doing this year. Okay, maybe after Exordium, but it's right up there. This is more important. Because it has consequences for everybody in a negative way you've done wrong. Exordium, you know, if you're not a new player, why would you care too much? It doesn't really change much if you're an Nullseeker, right? It's the thing where they can F up the most. Fenris, that is. Okay, grouping of elements. One quirk of the current HUD is that we group elements that have very different functions. In some cases, we also give those elements similar shapes and visual treatment. This relates to the Gestalt principles of proximity and similarity. When things are placed close together or look similar, we tend to read them as being related. Now, this is probably going to be very hard for those of us who have used this UI for so long. We know what each single thing on that UI looks like because we dealt with this thing for the last 20 years. That doesn't mean it is good the way it is. We are just used to it. Being used to something is not the same thing as something being obvious or easy to understand, or yeah, these two things. So, and I guess that's where most of us will have a real big issue with this because, well, yeah, I know this is how it looks when it's overheating. Yeah, we know because we had it the last 20 years. It doesn't mean it's good. It's just the way we know. And there's a big difference. Yes, it is. The word Gestalt is what was used here. The UI doesn't impact you mining 24/7. All good. I mean, at the end of the day, we will all be impacted on a certain level. Some more, some less. Depends. I believe the biggest impact is gonna be to the new players, though, who don't even know the UI yet. And that's hopefully a very positive thing. But let's see. Oh, yeah. So here, I mean, you know, it is compact. We cannot not argue that it's not compact. There's a lot of things mushed together. But if you look at this for the first time, and you know, we can't really claim to be able to do this, right? Which is kind of proving the point. If you see this for the very first time, you have no fucking clue what these things mean. Like nothing. Okay, maybe the thing the easiest thing to understand is like, yeah, this looks like I'm hurting or something, I guess. And this looks like, if it were a bit less of these bars on, maybe you would be like, yeah, this could be some sort of charging thing, could be a battery or whatnot. But the rest of this is like, it's a circle. And it has a lot of segments in it. That's it. It doesn't tell you anything, right? Seniko says, if you play the tutorial, you will know. The more self-explanatory something is, the better. If you have to explain it in a tutorial, you're missing out on explaining something more meaningful. It's more important to the game. I'd rather have the game tell you in the tutorial that ships are ammo and sort of demonstrate it, rather than, okay, this weird thing on the screen on that, if you click on the pixel below that, it does that. That's, I don't know, that's a wasted tutorial sort of thing. And you know, there are things you have to explain because it is a space game and you will have to explain some of the things, but the things you can explain by symbols that are already used in a lot of other domains for the same thing, well, use the same ones, right? We all know what kappa means at this point. Just use that if you want to express that and not something else and then explain that this means kappa. That's basically what I'm saying. Okay, so the medallion, they call this the medallion, is a good example. It contains 4 distinct concepts within a single circular element: ship health, speed, capacitor, and rack heat. Okay, then we have the utility slots and whatnot. The utility buttons have a similar problem. They look and feel like one group, but they do very different things. One activates autopilot, another opens a submenu, while others provide access to different tools. Our goal is to make these relationships clear, so we are making the following changes. And then speed. It was really telling watching players try to set the speed for their ship. many didn't understand that you can't set an exact speed and confused the full speed button with incremental speed increase. We plan to move the speed controls out of the medallion and make them their own part of the HUD. Now, again, for us who have been playing this game for 20 years, it is super hard to understand that you don't understand that you can just click into this thing to set a certain speed, and that this button here doesn't mean plus plus plus, it means like max speed, and this one doesn't, and this one means stop the ship, right? We know because we know, not because it's good design. We learned either through a tutorial or, I don't know, somebody telling us, or something telling us what that means. And if you don't have to tell what that means, if it's sort of obvious, as much better design, right? We just keep at range for the FC, right? If you hover the mouse over, it tells you. I don't think this is good enough for me. You cannot just shit on a screen and be like, hey, you know what, just hover over all the shit and you will figure out what it means. That's a very weird take on UI. Hello, Eastside. You choose efficient over obvious any time of the day. I mean, that one doesn't exclude the other, I would say, if you really think about it. But let's see. Okay, medallion buttons. Okay, yada yada yada. Speed, yes, speed. Cool. Will we? I don't know. Will they? Hold on. Is this coming up again? No, it isn't. Okay. So let's look at the speed bar. Yeah, you basically give the speed bar way more real estate on the screen. This way, and they wait. I'm actually gonna read what they're saying, right? It was okay. Moving this out. Let's just read what FC says first, and then we'll go back to the painting, and I'll get my thoughts on this, right? Moving this out of the medallion circle makes speed controls easier to understand for new players, while also providing a greater fidelity for veteran players to execute complex maneuvers that require manual speed controls, such as kiting. Setting the speed for your ship should feel like a cool thing to do and tie into the fantasy of playing a science fiction game. Now, if I'm coming from, let's say, other space games where speed is involved, let's say Elite Dangerous or yet still unreleased Star Citizen, or I don't know, you know, the things that have some of a, you are in 3D space and you're someone navigating 3D space, you wouldn't, if you don't, yeah, you would not understand this element. The only thing you would understand immediately is if your ship is moving, you see the meters per second written in this little area, and then you're like, oh, I can see how fast I am in here. But it is not clear that you can interact with this at all, especially not setting the speed, I would assume. It is super hard to understand because we know we can. We have done it for the last 20 years. But a new player that sees this for the first time does not see that you can do this. And it's also not, before they start moving the ship, they wouldn't even have a clue that this is anything to do with speed here, right? Nothing. Okay. There's a plus and a minus. Where do you see that? There's no plus or minus. Wait a second. Is this how it looks in game? I've so tuned out this UI element because it's always there and always the same, and I don't really look at it like incompatible build. What? I'm starting the game so we can look at it. Oh, wait. We need to... There's a patch. One sec. What? Oh shit, there's still a client up on my end. We'll get there. All right. It's in the first picture. No, it's not. Oh, there, yeah. No, it's... I don't remember these weird things. Is it plus or minus? Let's look at the game. We can log in, right? Oh, where am I? Ah, okay. Why? Oh, there. So, yeah, it is a plus and a minus. Huh? Why would you... I don't understand. Yeah, that's not how it looks. I have no idea how they come up with this one here. That's just bullshit. That being said, right now we have a plus and a minus. And I absolutely understand when they're saying, yeah, a lot of new players just click plus, 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 plus to increase their speed. They don't realize that this is a full speed kind of thing, unless, well, they do read the hover, if they even hover over it. Yeah, why, you know, if you get the right symbols here, you don't have to explain this. Because if there were no hover, you would absolutely assume this is, yeah, we're going to increase the speed, until we are at the max or something, right? So this symbol here is not a good idea. It's more like, I think they called it a volume control, right? The one you have on your iPod or whatnot. With this button, you cannot increase or decrease the speed. You can just stop and start the ship. This one is stop the ship, and this one is full speed. That's what these buttons do. There's no, like, incremental change. What do you mean, no? Quote Toki. These two buttons have one singular function each, and it's not increasing and decreasing. It is stopping the ship or setting it at full speed. And that definitely is not conveyed by the minus and plus. That's just, these symbols are wrong for this use case. Full stop. You can increase and decrease with separate keybinds. I'm talking about the buttons visible here on the UI. You're talking about something else. X4. I'm talking about the fact that this is a minus and this is a plus. And these two buttons here, they are not increasing or decreasing anything. They are stopping and starting the ship. Yeah, we agree. It's not indicating what it does. It's making you think it's this, but it's not this. And then after 20 years, well, you just know, right? A sausage symbol would be best for full speed. The point is not that there might be a perfect symbol for this, but this is clearly worse than something else. They increase and decrease to the extreme. Now we are mincing and making stupid jokes. That is not helping. The tooltip says what it does. Yeah, my point is the UI shouldn't indicate something or make you believe it's this and the tooltip is going to correct your first assumption. That's bad design. You want to get it right on the first. If you look at the cover of the book, you want as many people as possible to not get the fully correct impression, but you want to try to mislead them as little as possible, so you have to correct as little as possible later. I don't know, this is, for me, that's normal. So, I fully agree that you will not be able to convey this functionality as being, okay, this is this, this is this, this is this. What I'm saying is, you want to at least make sure you do not have the wrong idea on what it is, because the symbols were just wrong for this situation. You can get closer to it being intuitive by not using symbols that are clearly counterintuitive to what you want the viewer to think it is. That's what it's hard to. I'm not an English native speaker. I'm failing at this, I guess. Anyways, I'm sharing opinions. You can have your own. Cheers. And yeah, Nixie, it is super hard for us to detach from the current, or maybe it's impossible to detach from the current UI because we used it for 20 years. It's just second nature to us. That's a different thing. Yeah, plus and minus would mean make it slower, make it faster in certain steps. That's what a volume controller plus or minus does in a player, in an audio player, in, I don't know, increase brightness, decrease brightness, all these things. I mean, even my monitor has plus and minus things. And if I do the minus thing on the brightness, it doesn't make my screen black. It decreases the brightness. So we are used to this. Everything else other than Eve, plus and minus means increase, decrease. And Eve makes it, oh, this is max and this is my minimum. That's the whole point. Like, everybody knows what plus and minus means, and Eve is using it wrong. Let's just stop using the wrong symbols. But step one, right? What was my idea? Oh, later, Volos. We are not there yet by a long shot. This is gonna be a long one, guys. And here's the thing. If other people's opinions and takes upset you, there's gonna be a lot of my opinions in this. You should probably click away and watch something else. This is one of the core elements in Eve. And anyone's opinion is gonna, to an extent, upset somebody else because whatever. And yeah, if you're prone to that, don't watch this. You're not gonna like this segment. If you like a discussion or a discourse to eventually come to some compromise or at least a mutual understanding, have at it, right? Oh, wow. Dominic, Monty Python comes to mind. Anyways, welcome to the internet, right? So from a, let's visualize a speedometer. I think they call it like that, right? Or did they? No, they call it speed controls. I believe they used the term speedometer or speedometer in the video I watched yesterday. There's a video to this, so you don't have to listen to me. If you just want FC's opinion on what they're doing, they explain it very well, I would say. Speedometer, right? Where was I? Damn, there's so much to go through. Okay, let's say if I were to play a new game I haven't played before. What the hell is this song? Wait a second. Then we need another. We cannot have Christmas songs right now. Let's get something we're used to, I guess. Not too much change. Okay. Okay, let's remove the it's a change from before thing. We have to separate what we're judging right now. Let's not judge that this is different from what we are used to. Okay, there's a change. Change is going to happen one way or another at some point. If you're not okay with this, well, can't help you. We already established that is, at least to an extent, broke. Like, the UI is, at a first glance, lying at you. That's bad. So there's going to be a change. We've established that part. Unless we don't care about UI being intuitive to a new player. if you say I don't care about new players and how easy it is for them to understand what's what, well, can't help you either. I think it's a good thing. It's being looked at. And also UI design has evolved over the last 2 and 3 decades, and taking the new knowledge into account by designing things is probably a good idea. Go, right? I don't know, generally speaking. So if I look at this, I would say it looks modern. And I immediately see 2 buttons that are definitely not indicating a plus and minus thing to me. So I'm not being misled with the initial impression. I don't make an assumption that is wrong to start with, right? And that's a good start. Let's have everybody start, at least not in the wrong. Let's everybody have curious on what it actually does, right? It's a literal radio. So to be fair, this looks very much like the speedometer in my car. Other than it's not like vertical. Mine is like on like this thing on top. I don't have an analog thing in the car. I have a, what's it's called? It is a display, and it's like on top, but not on the side. Yeah. And it's curved. And the radios, I remember, yeah, there were some radios which had a similar a similar indicator for the sweeping across the frequency band and whatnot. But I mean, even analog, like this circular things in the cars, which the speedometer in the car, that they have these like, how you call this? With this little scale on it, right? So it's indicating something that is like, yeah, there's a range of things, and you can see the current value, and man, if you can click this and enter the actual speed you want, I mean, I think they talked about it. That's perfect. So from a standpoint of like this singular element as a speed indicator, this looks very similar to other space games I've seen. Familiarity of people who have played even racing games is probably gonna be they know, okay, this is speed, and I guess I have an idea on how this works, but that's my opinion. And it's a very hard one to have because I'm so used to the Eve one, right? The one it is right now. This is not another space game. So Face Easy, you are basically telling it is better to be super unique rather than accessible. I don't agree with that one. If being unique is the main goal, yeah, have at it. But I mean, what do you achieve with this? Face Easy, you've been using this UI for 20 years, so you think it is the best it can be, or it can't be improved because you know how it works, and that's the point. It is not accessible because of the gameplay, the sandbox, and everything PvP. Oh boy. Okay, that is way too much whataboutism and talking into account other things, in my opinion. We're talking about a speed indicator right now. That's it. How can we make the speed indicator better for somebody who is seeing this for the first time? That's all we're doing. Doesn't have to be a PvP game. It's a speed indicator. Indicator and controller, yeah. And at least the controls in this version don't lie to you. And I must say, it looks cool. It looks modern. So here's the thing. I am 100% sold with this one. Or with something like this. If I can move this wherever I want on the screen, Preferably, I want to be able to resize it. And if I don't care about this because I'm just like, you know, approach orbit person, close it, remove it. If you don't care, yeah, whatever. Maybe, just maybe, let us rotate it so we can have it, you know, above the HUD or below the HUD in the right way. It is still circular. You can still, I mean, it's still fitting around the thing, right? Where is it? I want to see the whole thing. That's a bit too small. Is there anything where the whole thing is a bit bigger? Nope. Oh yeah, there. Okay. Yeah, what about if you could position it up there or down there so it's like before? And, you know, maybe you can even enable or disable some of these elements. Like, if you don't care about this, the actual speed, yeah, disable it. If you don't want these buttons because, well, you don't use these buttons, you use hotkeys or whatnot, let us just hide these. I mean, it's 2026, that's a thing. And then, I believe the more we can make the UI the way we want it, the less resistance to this is going to be. So we can kind of build what we had before, more or less, and not care too much about it. I think this should be one of the focal points. So it is modular, and then a lot of people will be okay with it. Is that 12.65 kilometers or 16.5 meters? I guess if this is a comma or one of the ticks on top depends on whatever locale you have configured. That has nothing to do with the design. This is just how numbers are being presented depending on if you live in the UK or in the US or in Switzerland or whatnot. That should be adapting to what you're used to on how numbers look in your locale, that is. Apex, it depends on the locale. So for Switzerland, it even comes down to, is it currency or is it just a normal number or is it whatever? And then you use different, what's the name for these? Commas, periods, these little ticks on top, the separators for the thousands, right? Pretty much. Separators? Yeah, there we go. That's a locale thing. We're not going to change that. That's something that has nothing to do with video games. That's how numbers are presented on your computer screen. And they should be presented the same in a video game as they are in your Excel in your local language. Otherwise, you're going to get confused. But that's not the topic. That's going to be what it is. What link is this we're checking? This is the article that was posted yesterday. Okay, so I have very little interaction with the speedometer so far. My piloting generally is about, yeah, I either go max or I stop the ship. And yeah, interestingly, not interestingly, to stop the ship, I use control space. To get the ship to max speed, I click the, well, it's not the plus here, but I click the plus thing. Because I know now it is at max speed because you know, it's the way it is, not because it's good. Yeah, most of the time you're going to be like max speed, or not even like, you're just going to be approach the thing and then you just want your ship to be max speed. There are some situations where you want to match speed at a certain point. And personally, I would much prefer to be able to enter the actual speed as a number than clicking and try to, I don't know, get the right click there. So yeah, there's more potential here. And this is all about speed, right? This is all about speed. This is one concern, speed of your ship. That's the element. Here it is all mushed together for the better or worse. You know, there's pros, there's cons. It's more compact this way, but it's also less self-explanatory, I would say, and less detailed on what you could see. everybody has little interaction with it. That's why it's not at all causing the unaccessibility of Eve. I'm still trying to understand what you're trying to argue. They conducted tests with new players. And they identified that the new players were trying to increase and decrease speed with the plus and minus buttons. Are you saying they didn't do the test, or the results were not like they are saying they are? I mean, for me, they did a test with people who don't know how this UI works. And these new people were using it, quote unquote, wrong. And then FC is trying to find out why. There's nothing wrong with that process. Yeah, so you just don't believe what FC says. FC says we did tests, new players were using this as a volume control kind of thing, which it isn't, and they're trying to find out why that is. I find that a legitimate concern, and now I'm moving on, because I don't think we understand each other. Okay. Speed. Let's move on. What do we have? Moving this out of the medallion circle makes speed controls easier to understand for new players, while also providing greater fidelity for veteran players to execute complex maneuvers that require manual speed control, such as kiting. Setting the speed for your ship should feel like a cool thing to do and tie into the fantasy of playing a science fiction game. And again, that's for, you want to get new players to understand this or feel like that, to hook them, right? I'm just chatting. Yeah, sorry, let's go. Okay, health. Shield, armor, and hull will remain together around the capacitor. Okay. And we are changing from these 3 layers, which are basically not very indicative of how much in total you have. You can see how, well, you can see a percentage of what layer you have left. That's what it currently says. So we're going from a certain amount of information to, hey, how can we make this better with the same space and present more information that is valuable, or help the player understand what's going on, especially newer ones, right? This is not addressing a veteran player. Again, if you're a veteran player, you know all this. You know you were a shield tank. You don't need this information. Yes, I agree. We don't, because we know we have been doing this for 20 years. The point is to make this more accessible to those who do not know these things. How do you make or indicate to somebody, hey, you have a lot of shield hit points? Maybe that's important in, relation to the other tank types. So yeah, that's probably one way to do it. I really like this design. This appeals to me visually. Yeah, if you don't, unlucky you, I guess. I find this very modern. It looks cool to me. That's all I can say. And it gives me more information than I would have had otherwise. With the, I'm a shield tank, I'm an armor tank, I'm a hull tank, whatever. So that's pretty cool. You like the idea? I do like the tick marks on the old one, the tick marks. Oh, okay, so like this. Yeah, I mean, I do wonder why they did. Okay, I probably, they only use ticks in the capacitor with the new one, right? Yeah, for the most part. They kind of removed all these little ticks, except for the capacitor. There's probably a reasoning behind it. I think I personally would like the ticks as well. I would want to keep the ticks. Now that you're mentioning it, I would like to keep the ticks rather than one sort of solid indicator. The new design is very React.js. Is it? I don't know. It's man, I'm reading chat and I'm like absolutely fascinated by the things that are being said. Holy shit, guys! I thought this is gonna be like definitely a lot of discussion, but oh my god, really? Because Vina, I don't know. Why would you say such a thing? Let's make the game easier for the dumb of life that don't try to understand. Just change for them. I don't understand why you would say that. That is absolutely not the point here. The current UI, in my opinion, we have established at least the speed controls are misleading. Why are you advocating for a misleading UI and sort of repackaging it weirdly? That's just, it doesn't make sense to me. Now, we can talk about the extent of the change, maybe it's too much in one step, but I already addressed that at the start. Nothing much has happened in the last 20 years with this thing. And that was the mistake. The mistake is made. And to fix that mistake and get on a 2026 level in terms of accessibility, understandability, from a new player point of view, it is going to be disruptive. Although I don't find this very disruptive, really. But then again, sample size erst. I'm just trying to understand why this is so like problematic. I would consider myself a vet as well. I'm playing this game for at least is it like 4 hours times 5? No, wait, it's more. So I play this game about 35 hours per week for the better part of 10 years. And I do not feel like, hey, I had this for 20 years. I want this because it was there for 20 years. I don't understand this. Your rookie numbers. I'm not saying I'm playing like the most, but I'm just indicating I'm not just playing this 2 hours a week and have an opinion on it. I play the game a lot. I said the line? Which line? Yeah, Fraudhammer, you have to start live streaming. Then you can do that too, right? So Autodrop says when they joined the game last year, they had absolutely no idea what the plus minus buttons were meant for. You only understood while looking at some EVE Online video on YouTube where the guy said something about those buttons. Yeah, and if you don't, if you're in chat and you don't understand that this is a problem, I don't know. Then we just disagree. It is a problem and it should be addressed. And it hasn't for 20 years. And now it's going to hurt a bit more because it has been not addressed for 20 years. That's just how it works. Little change over time, nobody notices. And yeah, we can go to the boiling frog thing, which is not really a thing, but that's what people refer to as a, you know, how this works. It's kind of the situation. Now we jump out of the pan because it's too much change at a time. Design the UI like a real ship's instrumentation and HUDs. Watch gamer nerd's head explode. So, Faces, you're still saying the same thing. You're saying FC does not have data that indicates enough people are quitting because the UI is not very accessible. If you say that is not true, if you're saying, yeah, there's no point in doing this because it will not have a good impact because you have better data than FC does, well, again, I can't help you there. I'm not saying they are always right. No, maybe they're going to fuck this up completely. But right now, what I'm seeing at the moment, I can work with, definitely. Visually, I like it. It looks way more consistent. And it's modular. Oh, I like that part. Holy shit. So I can put the things where I want the things, potentially, and maybe even resize it, or maybe even remove the things I don't want to see. That's great. I don't know about that, Face Easy. If you see old people, FC knows the ratio of people stopping playing the game, you know, long-term players, and new players coming into the game and how many of them dropping off. In order to keep EVE alive, we need to make sure that the people coming in are making up for the people leaving. If this is a negative number over time, EVE is dead. EVE is dying. This number has to be positive. I would assume a new player who doesn't understand the UI is so much more likely to just stop because they didn't get it than the new UI getting a veteran back or make a veteran stop playing. Yeah, something like that. Oh, we're going in circles. Let's just go with what's common. This is happening, chat. This is happening. I'm fairly certain. Hello, Sally. How's it going? Okay, so visually, I kind of like this. I would say, yeah, if the ticks were back on the circles there, that would make the transition easier, I guess. EVE is dying. Needs a % indication. Maybe it is there. So I don't think we see everything right now. There was... Where's the percentage in the old HUD? Hold on. Let's go to the live object. So there was a way to turn on the percentage information, right? With the old HUD. Wait, let me minimize this. So I don't use the percentage thing, but I remember there is. How do you turn that on? Display readout? Yeah, okay, there you go. I haven't seen that in the new design yet. Yeah, to me, these numbers don't really matter. I don't... Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so having this as an optional thing, I would say, is fair, right? Yeah, so R2 rocks. What if the tutorial told you at the very beginning more clear that this is just how the game works? Best case scenario, you would have accepted it and you know, you would have continued playing and just be like, yeah, that's the premise. That's how it works. But it's not as bad because, you know, ships are ammo. Rather than the thing explaining UI elements to you. I would rather have the tutorial explain, hey, ships are ammo and why, and give you a demonstration of it. So you are like, oh yeah, that's fine. I lost my ship. That's just, there's another one. For example. Okay, there's no way I can address everything, chat. Sorry for that, but yeah, we found the percentage thing. I think this should definitely stay an optional thing. We can turn off. I don't. The more used you get to a UI, the less of it you need, because a lot of the things you will just either maybe even hear, right? Because yeah, you will hear the shield alarm or whatever, and then react. You don't have to cram all the things into visuals. You can also indicate things in a different way, right? And for me, the percentage is not relevant, really. Also, one important thing, I think we will see that in a moment. For me, it is more important to know, am I losing more than I can make up for? And maybe even why, rather than the absolute number or the absolute percentage I have right now. But that for me, that's a more important information. Is what I'm doing right now sustainable or not? Indicators that help me with understanding this are much better than just showing me the absolute state of things. But that's me. So where's the thing? There. Yeah, Shogun. That's an interesting. It is. Holy shit, man. All right. That's what you made your own chunk of UI for, pretty much. Yes, Anthora. That's why I have these overlays for the stream, because I think it's valuable information. It helps understand what's happening. Now, I'm not saying this is perfect, but it's better than not having it at all. Okay. You would integrate the capacitor and HP into the overview window. Not sure what you mean by that. Guys, I cannot dance around the ads. I want to focus on the topic now. If you get ads, deal with it. All right, shield, armor, and hull remain together around the capacitor. Okay, makes sense. There's also like hover states. Are these? Oh, these are symbols for the tank type. Yeah, the thingies we're seeing here. Yeah, I would say I'm a bit confused. Oh yeah, okay. The biggest change, thanks Shogun for the support. The biggest change to me is like this is a lot of red here. Yeah, I would probably prefer to have the ticks and maybe only the bar itself, the highlighted bar itself in color, but yeah, I don't know. Probably it's just a getting used to kind of thing. But we will all have, you know, various degrees of, oh, I don't like this to that extent and whatnot. For me, I don't know, this red might be a bit too much there, but whatever. We cannot all win in this discussion. Or the only way we win in this discussion is finding the compromise that hurts the least, I guess. Okay, we want to improve how this information is displayed and make it easier to understand the proportions of your ship's defenses at a glance. Yes, I agree 100% that having these three bars not somewhat in relation to each other, as in what they mean, you have no clue if it's game over or not. Like, if you are at 30% shield, right, and the shield alarm goes off and you're like, and then you realize, wait, I'm an armor tank. Easy peasy. I had that actually. I just realized I have these situations when I switch ships a lot for anomics, right? I'm like, oh shit, I'm a shield tank. Oh shit, I'm an armor tank. Or, oh shit, no, wait, hold on, I'm an armor tank. No panic. I think this design here would make me not have these moments. Because it would be clear when I hop in the ship what I am, without checking, you know, what modules you have and whatnot. So I think this is a good one. Princess Cringerella. thinks that I assume that everybody is an idiot. No. We're all on the spectrum. That's for sure. Including myself. You're in a tutor's fleet. Oh no, Thor, what happened? Warp to Sally, let's go. It's 3 bars. Yes, it is. But these 3 bars are not telling you if you're a shield tank, an armor tank, or a hull tank. In this design, you can't tell what it is. In this design, you can. So I like this because it tells me, it gives me more information at a glance. That's all I'm saying. What are you talking about, Princess? Okay, and keep it classy, guys. All right. There's no point in making such assumptions. I would assume Princess Cringerella isn't here for long, and therefore makes this assumption that I'm like that. That's just missing context. Can't blame them. Oh yeah, I should have brought a wine bottle for this. Sally, wait, would it be that an armor tank ship, the armor indicator takes more space? Yes. So they actually specifically talked about this, or there was a question, I believe Bjorn was asking this. Does this take resistances into account? And they said not in the first iteration. It was too complex to add that. Personally, as a goal or like a destination, I would love that these bars here even dynamically move, or like these sections here move based on, you know, you got links, you have your resistance is overheated, yada yada yada. I think that would be really cool. So initially, what Fenris says is it will be based on the raw HP. That's a start. But I think they should really add the resistances, the effective HP into account. That would be even more helpful. Doesn't discount the initial step of having it, you know, shown in the relation of raw HP. That's a good start. Shaking is not a good to read the information. Sorry, what? Taking resistances will make the interface shaky. Yeah, well, that would be a consequence, right? That these things move here. But wouldn't it be cool? You know, you just this. I'm giving you an example. A newer player warps with his whatever venture, warps into a belt and gets invited to a fleet where there's an orca with boosts. And then suddenly, there's a movement in their interface indicating, hey, my shield just became bigger. That little piece of information might trigger them to be like, wait, what just happened? Why? What is this? Oh, there's links. Oh, that's how they work. That is a fucking amazing thing to happen. Other than there is maybe somewhere on the interface some sort of little circle popping up which you have to hover over in order to have a text telling you skirmish links or whatnot. It doesn't give you any idea of how much this is, right? This is just potential that is crazy. Like, I really love this. This is super cool. You love those rare illuminating situations, yeah, or just like giving you a nudge. Hey, something just happened, and you might have missed that before. What about other links? I mean, you can do the same thing with the speed bar if you want, right? You can change this scale here based on, you know, you have an afterburner on or whatnot. I think they even said it does. The problem with this is, you know, this is very static. Right now we can't really click and see what happens if you actually change the values and whatnot. So yeah, so some of the things we don't see right now. I really want to see this in the feature preview very, very early on, and then we'll get a feel for it. Seeing static things about stuff that actually lives and moves and whatnot it's not telling the whole story. You do see potential confusion with the EHP display. It might even lower your EHP with a reactive hardener because it's not accounting for the incoming damage in the display. And that's probably why they don't do it initially. That is a very, very interesting question, right? Because it would have to be somewhat in relation to the incoming damage. Yeah, so the sky's the limit, I guess. But I like the initial step of showing you raw HP kind of distribution. That's kind of cool. I guess if you had... Wait, it would move if you get shield links. Because that affects... one of the shield links gives you more raw HP, right? So yeah, you would actually see that move when you warp into links. So that's pretty cool. What I just said would be a cool moment. Will probably be in the first iteration because, yeah, shield HP does change if you have shield links. So then, yeah, that would happen. Okay. Okay, we want to... wait, did I already read that? Shit. Sorry, I haven't read this before. I only saw the video yesterday, right? It's not like I am prepared for this 100%. Can you get links in warp? No? Well, the links you have pre-warp will stay up until they time out, right? And then when you exit warp and the next link tick happens, then they are applied, right? They can be active still, yeah. As Stephen White, are you a new player? Stephen White says he's late to the discussion, but he doesn't think that the HUD really doesn't solve the new player issue, as he feels the new HUD is just as convoluted to new players as the old player. So unless you are a new player and know both UIs, how could you possibly say that? Beats me. Okay, oh, wait. Hold on a second. But we want to improve how this information is displayed and make it easier to understand the proportions of your ship's defenses at a glance. Yeah. We are also exploring options to show more detailed values and adding ticks to make the circular display easier to read. Oh, cool. So, okay, the ticks, they already... Maybe we get the ticks. Okay, if you've ever been in a situation where your Drake Navy issue shields are getting low, and you start aligning out only to watch in dismay as your armor and hull evaporate in a few seconds. Okay, it is probably because you forgot just how much of your precious HP was in those shields compared to the other two defense layers. With this change, you will know you will now have a clearer picture of how much HP you have left, and maybe you will align sooner and warp out in time. Yeah, that's a pretty significant use case, especially for newer players when they're still sort of getting a grasp on what even different kind of tanks are, right? Locked ships would have the same display. They said no, Catman. That is for you, not for the target indicators. That would be too much information for your enemy to see this. If you can lock a guy and immediately know, oh wait, that guy is a silly one. He's a whatever hull tank if he should be. You don't want to remove this sort of guesswork in PvP. In PvP, you have to feel your opponent. If you knew everything, well, a lot of fights wouldn't happen from the get-go. I think that would be bad. HUD tank is best tank, yeah. Okay, according to Stephen White, he conducted basically the same experiment as Fenris did. So he showed the HUD to some non-players, and they had as little clue as to what is going on compared to the old one. So Stephen White has a contradicting outcome of the research they did from what Fenris did. And now for me, this is a he say, she says, I believe situation. It's not going to bring us further. All right, capacitor. In EVE Online, cap is life. So it's essential to be able to evaluate the state of your capacitor at a glance, especially during combat. Yeah, cap management is absolutely, in PvP, for way more than in other situations, because PvE mostly is very predictable, right? But in PvP, and knowing what your cap is at, and maybe also getting indications on where it's going currently, that would be super good. I think there will be something about that as well. Yeah, but you can try to improve on it, Boiled. And if you didn't change anything in the last 20 years, maybe you missed some potential improvements, assuming that is not the case. It's kind of weird. Just for a healthy discussion, would it be confusing to see where the shield ends and the armor starts? Like, the end of the shield would be red, and at the beginning of the armor it would be also red. I mean, you see the segmentation here, right? That's what these little handles are for, I guess. It looks pretty clear to me. The problem with Joe Snow, I think Fenris did a disservice to them with this title. Because they basically slept on this for the last 20 years or didn't start it, it's not an evolution. It just isn't. The first change is going to be quite drastic of how it could have been if all these things would have happened over a longer period of time. You could have done it one by one, you know, get the speedometer out of the circle, leave the rest. Next year, you're doing what's coming later when I scroll down the document, right? So calling this an evolution, that's a bit of a stretch. Let's be real. Okay? I agree. This one here, I'm going to go as far as calling this bullshit. Framing this as evolution is a very big stretch. Yeah, they're catching up now, I thought, right? Maybe the framing was wrong. Is that why we were upset? Maybe. Bumble would be happy if they would revamp D-Scan. How about we take... You want to even have more change right now? Oh, God, no. Am I grumpy? Hold on a second, Leon. That's important to me. Am I coming across as grumpy right now? So, context. I knew this was happening because they announced it a few weeks ago. And I've seen the first video about it and the second video about it. Second one dropped yesterday. And now I'm reading this thing. That's all I have. Kizuna says I come across a bit grumpy. Far from grumpy. passionate. Okay, yeah, I mean, guys, we're talking about the thing we had in our face for the last 2 decades. Not acknowledging that this is going to be a big step, maybe too big in the first iteration. Well, I think we agree on that. Yeah, not agreeing that this is the single most significant thing to happen. And yeah, I'm as passionate about it as you are. We just don't align with how we want it to be. So the more modular and the more what's the word? Gosh, I hate my brain at times. The more I can modify it to my liking, the way I want it, the better, because then you make more people happy. That's it. The more customizable, the better. There, thanks. Customizable. My brain was like, it's a word with C, but I didn't. The lookup didn't happen. I struggled. Okay, somebody talked about yogurt. Hold on, mine is getting definitely warmer. Give us explorable Zarzak content and throw them a curveball. Okay. Okay, we read that. We read that. Capacitor. Okay, capacitor. Let's look at this. I think this... Okay, so one thing we see... When I saw that initially, I was like, hold on. What are you going to do? And then I realized it is already like that in game. I just didn't consciously realize that anymore. So they want to make it even more clear that if you have a small capacitor to begin with, well, then you can see it like that. So that's pretty good. It didn't scale, I think they said, to at some point anymore. But yeah, that's pretty cool. So yeah, frigate capacitor, I don't know, capital capacitor or something. So you basically can judge probably a bit better how much you have in total, right? Or the max potential for this. Yeah, the black suit... Okay, I'm not going to address it anymore. Sorry. The change is radical because there was no change in the last 20 years. That's it. At some point you have to do it and then it's going to be radical. If you hold on for too long, step is bigger. That's just causality. With the new design, we'll add a gauge that shows how quickly... Now that I'm really curious about. So with the new design, we will add a gauge that shows how quickly you are gaining or losing energy. Currently, you don't see how fast you are regenerating energy based on your consumption. So this will give you clear feedback on your cap status. And while for a lot of us, this sounds like, yeah, this is a good idea. But I believe many of us don't understand how massive this is for new players. This is, for us veterans, this is cool because it's easier to see. We don't have to fly a ship 700 times in all 500 situations, so we can make an assessment on what's going on right now and put it into perspective and whatnot. And even notice, a new player will way faster understand, wait, there's things that can make it so I have way more depletion right now. And it's not just me turning on a module, it's external effects that are, I don't know, sucking my cap dry or whatnot. This is, yeah, it will include new pressure. That's what they said, kind of thing. So this is really, really cool. This will explain or at least nudge somebody onto, hey, something is happening, and they might even be able to react quicker if they see, oh, there's something significant is happening right now. If I keep doing what I'm doing right now, this is not going to end well because the bar is red. And that means if I don't do anything, sometime from now, yeah, I'll be toast. Other than, oh, I'm toast, right? So this is really, oh, okay, the gauge is here. And I believe this is super easy for those who are like, yeah, I don't want this clutter. This is kind of, I know this. I don't need to see this because I've played for 20 years. I know my ships, yada, yada, yada. Just make it disable, hideable, right? Enable, disable. Don't worry about that. So this is great. I like this a lot. I think I will even have this on because it's really cool to see. So I also have to think about the things I show on screen are the things I want to show to you, not necessarily what I want to see or need to know. I know that there's people who are new to the game and there's veterans on the stream. And you want to find a nice balance on you know, help out everybody. And this is a really cool thing to show and even demonstrate certain situations with. This is great. That part looks good other than the horrible yellow glow. Oh, you know, is it going to be that glowy? I don't think we need the glow. I agree. Would it make it so I stop playing the game? Not really. I agree. Yeah, the glow, no need for the glow. But it's not, I mean, if it's there, it's there. If it isn't, I wouldn't if I had a say, but I couldn't care less about the glow, really. That's not relevant to me. This bar is gold. Amazing. Lots of information you would otherwise sort of guesstimate and only learn over time for the ship you're currently flying. This is super cool. Okay, since the capacitor design feels like an iconic piece of Eve's identity, we want to keep its circular shape intact. Yeah, fair enough. You want to keep that anchor we are all used to alleviate the pain it's going to inflict no matter what, right? Okay, rack heat. Okay, now we're going from capacitor to rack heat. We noticed that players had a really hard time understanding the relationship, the different overload components. What? We noticed that players had a really hard time understanding the relationship between different overload components because they are spread across 3 different places of the HUD. And yeah, this is going to be, again, very hard to understand because, you know, I've been overheating for a long time. I know where this shit is. I couldn't care less about this change. I care because a new player will have to figure out in 3 different places on what the fuck's going on with one single feature, which is weird, right? So put together what belongs together. It's a very good idea, generally speaking. Okay, we are moving the rack heat indicators to the side of the medallion and making their purpose clearer with improved iconography. That's probably how you pronounce it. Okay, so overheating is here. I would say it is definitely more prominent. So this looks like a button. Like, if you look at this and you wonder, what is this? It is way more in your face, like there is overheating, right? And if that's the main goal, well, for new players, this makes a lot of sense to make them aware because... So first, we need to understand something, and we need to agree on that before we continue talking about this. Who in chat thinks overheating is not important? Yeah, DM Disco is trolling. I just want to make sure everybody understand how absolutely mind-boggling of a change it is to discover that your ship basically has, I don't know, 30 to 50% more performance. Like, the moment I learned about overheating, I was like, oh my god. I lost 30% of my ships in the past, or probably even more. No, more than 30%. I lost a lot of ships in the past, unnecessarily, because I simply didn't know I had more oomph under the hood. I didn't, because who in their right mind understands that, like, where is it? Wait, I need to look. There? So if you move your mouse cursor from this status here, that's the hover telling you what the module does. 1 pixel up. There. Woo. There. That you could overheat this module? Who in their right mind? I mean, who designed this? Sorry. I'm like, what the fuck? And the whole point, yeah, there's a hotkey for it. That doesn't count. This is what you see. You don't see hotkeys. That's why they're called hotkeys and not like visual elements and whatnot. That's just, I mean, this is one of the greatest criticisms I have for the current HUD. Overheating is, it's just like most people who start playing the game will not understand this until they watch a stream or a video that that's a thing. Or they accidentally click that thing and then are like, why is my module gray now? Sorry, that's just, I mean, that's as bad as it gets in terms of designing something. Like you don't know it's there and you accidentally fuck yourself up because you didn't know it's there, right? That's how you can win. Face easy, you can overheat the racks. Yes. Did you see how big these buttons are in relation to everything else? It's even hard to kind of, I don't know, this is just bad. Okay, so overheating, important, everybody agrees. And at least this little click here, right? That's just absolutely stupid. I mean, if you don't agree with that one, you're watching the wrong channel. If you think this is good, clicking it here, I can't help you, like, for real. Did you miss erst? No, we're not there yet, low disk. So I'll leave it, take care. No one clicks there. Yeah, but why is it there, Marley? Why is that a button? Why not have an easier way to overheat a module? A more like less accidental thing, right? So Emotional says he played E for 10 years and never overheated, but it was almost entirely PvE. The thing is, if you want to play a bit more, let's say, actively and cheaper, overheat is going to do that for you. You can save so much ISK if you are okay to just, you know, overheat a module once in a while. You can feed gankers so much less if you know what overheating is. It's basically, overheating is absolutely cool. And yeah, let's see where this goes. So now, if I just look, when I saw this for the first time, I was like, well, the only thing it does right now, well, as a veteran, I can kind of guess what certain things mean, but it definitely tells you, well, this one is in your face. You know this is, that's something. Something's going on here, right? You can clearly see that this is something significant because it is, well, it's, apart from the capacitor, it's the first fucking thing you see. You're going to wonder, what is this? All right, so we at least know about overheating. That's a very, very good step. And that's already a huge improvement from now. Like, people simply wouldn't know there's that thing. Okay, so I don't actually know how the interactions work. They didn't really... I need this thing in the feature preview, so to get a feel, right? But this thing wants my mouse cursor go in here and see what happens, pretty much. Why is it a lightning bolt instead of a flame? Good question. Yeah, I think I would want a heat symbol here instead of this little flash thingy. So, something that is temperature related, because at the end of the day, we are talking about overheating. That's the feature. And what happens is we accumulate heat if we do this, and eventually shit will burn. So this icon being more related to heat, fire, or something like that would be better, in my opinion. What do you mean? Perfect example of Fenris not understanding UI. Because this is a little electric symbol, you do understand that they're putting this out in an early, that they're talking about this now so we can tell them what they missed. We can always claim, yeah, they should have seen this in the first place and yada, yada, yada. Sure, but I mean, we're seeing it now, and I agree. An electric symbol is kind of weird because overheating not necessarily is going to do anything to your cap use. In some cases it does, if your module cycles faster, for example. But yeah, this is kind of misleading, the symbol. I don't think this is a good idea. It's still better than not having anything at all, because now you know there's something and you're going to figure out what it is, right? And it's significant. So I like that part. It's overload, not overheat. Is it called overload? Let me see. Oh yeah, the terminology is overheat. Overload. Overload rack. Maybe that is... So here's the thing. Another detail. I find this very fascinating. Why in the world... Have you ever heard a player, an FC, talking about overloading the module? I'm trying to find an instance in my last 10 years where somebody said overload your module. No. Everybody who plays the game calls this heat guns, whatever. So we can really ask, why in the world does the game client still call it overload? It's called heat in most other places. In my opinion, it would be better to call this overheat, because what you do causes heat. And eventually it's going to be too much. So I would call this overheat. Heat is a symptom of overcharging it. Yeah, but why is nobody saying overheat? Sorry, overload. Everybody says heat. So yeah, let's call it heat. And then it would be probably more obvious to not have this little energy symbol on the thing. It would be the burn thing. Yeah. So I would call this overheating, and I would get rid of this energy symbol. It's confusing. It has not really much to do with energy. I mean, D-scan is just an abbreviation of directional scanner. Overcharge, overload is not an abbreviation of overheating. It's two different words. Not the same mechanism there. Does this show the rack heat? Actually, we'll go into this now. Okay, because heat is directly tied to modules and racks, we want these elements to feel more closely connected. The rack heat indicators will also be oriented toward the rack they belong to, making that relationship easier to read. By doing this, we group all the overload interaction and information in one place. We'll go into the overload interaction in more detail below. Okay. Utility buttons. Yeah, okay, I'm not really, like, you know, there's a lot of buttons around the thing, and as long as I can move them where I want them or display them or not, yeah, be my guest. Not very disruptive. Security status. So this is basically, yeah, we have buttons that do different things, and let's just put them where it makes more sense in terms of, like, context. Yeah, sure. I don't think we're gonna be mad if these buttons... I don't even show them. Where are they? Utility buttons. These. Wait, let me turn off the thing on stream that is overlapping now. That one? Yeah, let's turn off everything for a second. Wait, it didn't? Why did it not work? Okay, it's another element. Anyways, my bad. We're talking about these buttons. Yeah, if they are somewhere else or whatever, yeah. Move them where you think you want them. Yeah, that's not gonna work though, Nick Paul. If they are trying to shift the nomenclature about overloading or overheating as much as, yeah, FC, Fenris, same topic, right? Okay, yeah, these buttons will go somewhere else. Let's move on. We're also, okay, security status. Security status will stay in roughly the same place. What we want to improve is the interaction itself. During our research, new players often did not realize that this element was a button or that they could use it to change their safety setting. Yeah, that's not obvious at all, this little dot there. Okay, that's... Well, it takes more space, but it is definitely more clear that you can see at a glance there is 3 different states, and then you might already wonder and try to figure this out. So, yeah, all right, 3 different states. We want to make both of these things clear, and now hopefully that one guy in your fleet who always has their safety green when you try to filament will finally give you a break. It's also less clicks, right? To change a safety setting. Right now you need to click twice. You first need to get the thing up to choose. And with this, you just, I guess, you click on the bar you want it to be. Yeah, I like that. I would probably even change my safety setting more often if it were like that, because it's less clicks, right? The new players should have a noob HUD. Hyperdon, this is a topic of like having different HUDs for different players. I'm all for, you know, turning things on and off. In the tutorial, you don't need to see this, right? Just enable these over time. But having it look different should be a choice after you know what things mean, not something imposed by the developer. So at some point you know what the elements are, and when you at some point you understand, do you need it or not, or in what situation, and then you should be allowed as much as possible to remove the things you do not need to know, or yeah, because you know you play the way you play. I hope it will be very, very customizable. Okay. Module feedback. So, I mean, that is how my World of Warcraft, so I have a little bit of a background on, probably didn't talk about that enough, I reckon. I played World of Warcraft for 10 years. And not just casually. No, I did not work at Blizzard. Holy fuck, why would you? Okay. And if there was one constant over these 10 years, it was me. One constant, it was me adapting the interface to what I really need. It was a constant evolution. My interface was never like, okay, I like this. I never went to, I don't know how's it called, Wowhead or whatnot, and download a UI pack and just be like, yeah, I want to have that streamer's UI pack. And that's perfect for me. That's not how it works. I was always wondering, what do I need to know? The longer you play a game, the more things become muscle memory. You just know it's gonna, a server tick is that long, yada, yada, yada. And then you remove all that clutter that might otherwise distract you, or you remove it so you can see other things that might be more important. And I believe the reason why I didn't absolutely suck as a it's not called FC, raid lead, was the fact that I was able to get the information that I need to know presented to me so I could handle it, and a lot of it, and make the right, or let's say not the worst calls at the whatever moment, right? And the reason why I was able to do that was the fact that I could adapt the UI to my current state of understanding, my current muscle memory, and whatnot. So to me, the most important thing about a UI is not the way how it looks initially or at some point. It is the fact that I can change it once I have offloaded one of the tasks to, you know, either I can hear it so I don't need to see it anymore, or I just know the timing because I have done this many, many times, etc. So if I were to redesign this stuff, I would absolutely allow some crazy configuration. Like, you want to see this button? Yes, no. How big? Where on the screen? What color? These things. That's it. That's what I want. I don't care about how it actually specifically looks. I want it customizable. Where was I? Guild Wars has an awesome UI changeable interface. I mean, WoW retail, or well, WoW is there now as well after 20 years or something, right? Without add-ons, you can modify the UI quite significantly at this point. Now, it's not as perfect as, you know, pixel perfect add-ons, and you can do whatever, but it's pretty good out of the box, right? All right, now this, oof, okay, Jesus, we're 50% there. What time is it? Oh God. I am so sorry. It's still, oh wait, hold on a second. Okay, there's still some of you here. I guess we'll continue for now. Module buttons have a difficult job. They need to communicate a lot of information in a very small space. One of the biggest issues we identified was feedback. Modules have several states and interactions specific to EVE, so new players cannot always rely on what they have learned from other games. And yeah, if you don't agree with that this is important, that if you play other games and you're used to a certain thing, a lot of other games are doing it this way. And EVE just needs to be different because EVE wants to be different. If you value the different part higher than the, oh, the player already knows what that means part, you should tune out right now, because that is just wrong. There is a reason why a toilet sign almost all over the world looks the same. So we do not go shit in the kitchen. All right, I cannot make this point stronger than this. Kwadi, can you start over? No. Hate when that happens. Don't shit in the kitchen or on my veranda, please. Right? It doesn't stop some people. You know, some can't be helped. All right, some just can't. Someone, no, don't clip that, Carl Townsend. Anyways, the current overload control is one. Well, we already. Well, I established my narrative. The current overload is bad. Oftentimes it's even hard to see. Am I still overloading or not? It's either like a greener green, a more yellow, brighter green than the other green. The small green indicator above a module acts as both overload control and as an indicator. During testing, some players assumed the green light means the module was ready or available. Yeah, that's... yeah. To me, it indicated that the module is on so far. Module activation can also be difficult to read. Players sometimes struggle to tell whether a module was active and how its cycle was progressing. Yeah, for me, I have to just assume that this is correct. So they did test this with players who were not used to the UI. And the conclusion was they didn't understand what the circly thing circling around means. I know that now because I have had it for 2 decades. So, yeah. They say new players don't understand that. I have to take that as a, well, they did tests and that was the result. Now you can either call this, yeah, bullshit, I don't believe, but I mean, what are we doing if we do that, right? So for me, the modules didn't need a change, I would say. This here, apart from the overload stuff. Yeah, as a veteran, as a 30 plus hours per week for the last 10 years player, I don't need that change at all. But I do understand that it is important. New player, the faster a new player understands the interface is friction. And the more friction there is, the less likely somebody's going to stick with whatever they're doing. That's not just with games. That is generally the case. That's just how life works. If the friction is too high, it's too much effort, you walk away. So you have to reduce the friction. And somebody who is used to a bad mechanism is hard to give good input on how the mechanism could be better and less friction and more accessible to people who don't know how it works, because you literally cannot put yourself into that position. Unless, I don't know, maybe there's some substances, but let's not go there. So in a way, I'm the new player now, I'm pointing at my monitor. I'm a new player looking at this. And I cannot tell how much of the friction I see now or the things I don't understand are because I'm already very into my old ways. I can just accept the fact that there is a significant reason why I look at this at the first time. I'm like, I'm opposed to this because I'm like, oh, hold on, what the hell's going on here? Because I'm so used to the way it is. How much of my old ways are stopping me from being like, oh yeah, oh cool, I know what this means, and how much new players are gonna have an easier time understanding this versus the thing we have now. This is a very hard thing to compare. I don't think we can do this as people who have used the current UI. The question we have to ask ourselves is, can we live with this change? I believe. Can we adapt to this? So, okay, this is the idle state. That's just how the module looks. Whoa, Rage Kitty, thanks a lot for 20 subs for reasons. Much appreciated. Cheers. Okay, so I think I'm okay with this. Idle, yeah, idle. Looks kind of like the same-ish, minus the green bubble on top there. There's this little notch, so this has a meaning, I guess. When you hover, it does highlight the thing, and it shows you the... I think it does it today as well. It shows you the hotkey and whatnot, and probably also the tooltip on, yeah, this is a light missile launcher with that ammo and yada, 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 all this stuff. Tascon, thanks for the support. Group, yeah, I think... So this one is perfectly fine for me. That one is easy to read. That is a hover. The grouping thing, yes, okay, understand. The first thing I'm like, okay, what is happening here now? And if I wouldn't see this reloading here mentioned, that this is reloading, without seeing the animation, as in, keep in mind, we are looking at a static image right now. There is going to be an animation. And if you see this going... Alfborn, thanks for the support. We will address the hype train outcome after we're through with this. So, if you're new to the channel, I absolutely appreciate your support. This is absolutely amazing. You're keeping literally the channel running this way. However, I really suck at chill and hyping things up and whatnot. And to me personally, I hope the support continues, obviously. But to me personally, what is on screen right now, what we're talking about, outweighs me trying to shill a hype train by a factor that is hard to put on a scale. Thanks for the support. Let me know when we're probably in the territory. Well, I'll just add the second battery. Hell, I'll just add the third so we don't have to deal with it if it should happen. All right, we're done. Thanks for the support. Going to focus on going through the content there. All right, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just focusing on the thing. Cheers. You guys rock. Now, nice try. Yeah, the UI class continues. We're focusing on this one. Now, if the animation were here, like this thing going up and then the number obviously going up as well when it's done, I would understand what it means. But without the animation, this is the first, like, what the hell is this thing? But I'm pretty sure if I see the animation, it's going to be okay. I would immediately realize, okay, yeah, that's, well, together with the number and whatnot, this is the reloading part. The cycling itself, I think, is would be obvious because right now we have this little turning thing already. I would be very curious about, wait, what is this notch doing now? So now, so reloading, the notch is here. The notch is basically here when the module is not cycling. And then the notch goes up when the thing turns. And the cycle is also like more solid if it's cycling. So you have kind of three elements indicating sort of the same thing, or at least part of the same thing, which I'm not actually understanding. So I don't understand the redundancy here. Why? So the module is cycling, and we can see that by, well, there's this little thing indicating the progress of the cycle. We see it based on that. We also see it by this notch being on top, and we also see it by the ring being this grayish thing and not like the dark gray. Don't maybe this is, we need to see this together with the animation as well to be able to understand why that is. So Darren says he would expect the image isn't so clear and it looks like a standard swipe cycle like in other MMOs. I mean, I remember the standard UI of Retail now, or Retail WoW. There's the cooldown thing, the circly thing that happens, and the button also has another highlighting if it's currently active. So there are two different things indicating, hey, I'm on, and one thing is just showing how much global cooldown or whatever is going on. But why 3? Okay. Anyways, whatever. Three different things happen when the module is on. And then this... Oh, wait. End of cycle today is indicated by the module flashing, right? Yeah, I'm not so sure this is... I like this. Check the link. Animated icons. Yeah, but that's not the that's not the design we're looking at right now. They showed this, but they said, yeah, this is a previous or an older iteration of things. Okay, hold on a second. I think it's still important. Let's go get that one up. Activatable. What? This is okay. I think this is not the actual current state. I'm not sure if we are just confusing ourselves more with this. Who knows? As it can be clicked Yeah, but it's also cycling right now. So there's a combination of things they're trying to explain here. But I think it's not helping. Okay, so we can actually not tell if the module is gonna also flash when it's decycling. I hope it will still flashing. If the flashing is removed when you decycle the module, that is not enough indication of what's happening right now, to me. I would say. I hope it's still flashing. Just this ring being a bit brighter for indicating that you're... Oh no, wait. Maybe I misunderstand this. This is the decycling thing. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood what these two states are actually. End of cycle doesn't mean you're turning it off and it's in the process there. See, cycling down is the next one. Sorry, I was thinking this is cycling down. It isn't. End of cycle doesn't mean cycling down. It means doesn't make any sense to me right now. Why would the circly thing not be complete at the end of the cycle? End of the cycle, starting a new one? Yeah, but then this here thing is wrong. This cannot be halfway through if it's end of cycle. That's half of the cycle. So I would say this icon here is faulty right now. Because to me, the cycly part here, like the filled part here, the pie on this looks exactly like the pie on this. The progress of the pie is the same thing. I think we need to see the current animation, the actual animation. It isn't showing you the in-between. I think this is both, like this is 1 millisecond after end of cycle. That's the difference between two or something, right? Okay, unclear. We need to see this in action. Can't really... Could go either way. All right, cycling down. Okay, that is... I like that this is way more significant. I like this. Do we have the number today? The cycle down number, giving you the amount of seconds still left. This is gold. I like this. Okay, if this is cycling, oh, it says cycling down, so it must be. I would even be okay if it doesn't flash. This is very significant and it gives you additional information on how long it's going to take. You don't have to guesstimate. So that's cool. I like that. Now you want to be able to cancel the cycle down. That's an additional like game interaction. While I agree that I would love that too, I don't think we'll get that. I would love to fix a mistake. Like, oh, hold on a second. Because what happens is if you turn off a module, the module is going to be off for a cycle. No matter what you do, you cannot continuously have that thing run. If you made the decision to cycle down a module, you will lose one, or you will get one server tick where that thing is not on. It's probably meant to stay like this. I would love to be a different, like, you know, you turn, let's say you forgot to turn off auto reload of your Ansel. And you turn off the Ansel and you realize that, and then you're like, oh no, continue running after you're done with the current cycle. Just don't stop. I would not have been killed a few times if I could do that, right? But it might be just intended, so who knows? Different story. Sounds familiar. There you go. Okay, overloading. Yeah, I would say this is a way clearer difference between how the module normally cycles and yeah, I think I like this. This is more distinct from the, you know, the the green to the bit lighter green thing we had. I like that, I would say. Yeah, there's one way you can do it. You opted for a heat timer. And the biggest thing, and the biggest QL thing would be not to turn off overload when the cycle is down. Oh, that should be an option, I agree, right? Yeah, Caviar, the thing we were just discussing about, you know, wrongfully cycling down a module and you deciding during the cooldown, like, oh, wait, I didn't want to do that. What did I just do? I don't know what I just did. I jumped up. Okay, let's go further down. All right, so we want to make those states clear. Overload moves into its own interaction instead of sharing space with the normal module controls. Yeah, so there no longer will be this bunch of pixels you can click on top of a module to overheat. Yeah, I'm okay with that because I overheat modules with... As a veteran, this is not going to affect me that I cannot click this thing. I never click because it's just not very... In the heat of the moment, you are not going to hit that pixel. Full stop. So that's why you use a hotkey. So the veterans are just going to shift click the module as they always have. No change. Active and inactive states will be easier to distinguish, and moving indicators gives clear feedback on module cycles. So that one I can't really judge because I'm so used to the way it is right now. And I can live with this. Yeah, sure. Works. I wonder how much I'm going to miss the green. How hard is it going to be? Nah, I think it also makes more sense. Like, you're heating the shit out of this. So, yeah, red, not green. Green is good. So, yeah, I think I will be able to make that jump. Overload. I'm not going to call it overload. It's overheating, Kazuna. Module shortcuts will be easier to discover as hovering will clearly show its shortcut. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Wait, isn't that the case already? Well, maybe, yeah, it does. Top right. Don't tell me they're going to remove the module hints. Oh, wait, I think they can turn on off that thing already. Yeah, you can turn that off. So I guess they just showed it with the tooltips off. So, yeah, fine. Okay, the goal is to reduce the amount of information each module button must communicate at once without removing the information experienced players need. Okay, fair enough. Okay, overload. Gosh, we're nowhere near done. Overload interface. Okay, so yeah, you have that button, and then we have the status. To me, the high rack is it has some heat. That's what I understand. That's how much heat the high rack has, right? How hot it is. Rack overload status. Or is that one or some modules are... I don't know. We need to see the whole thing. Overload selected. Okay, overload. Aha. Okay, so clicking this, I guess, or hovering over this opens these buttons to turn on and off the whole rack heat. Yeah, this is a mechanic I have never really interacted with. The whole, like, I want to heat the whole rack. I can't. I never use these buttons, so yeah, do with them whatever you want. If somebody thinks it's a bad idea, they are better qualified to talk about that. I simply don't use this stuff, so don't know. So be it. It's good for hauling when you jump a gate. Do you not overheat all your guns at once? My guns are in PvP. Like 99% of the time, my guns are grouped. That solves that problem. But I do not want to overheat my, I don't know, Newt For example, I explicitly, when I heat my guns, I might have the newt in the middle of the guns, so, you know, not to kill things, not to speedrun killing all the modules. I want my gun hot, not my newt. Most of the time, for example. So I want to be very explicit with what's on, what's hot in my rack and what not. The whole rack is hot. I personally have no use case for this. Not in the last 20 years. Okay. Overloading modules is an important part of EVE combat, but it is not particularly easy to discover and or learn. Yeah, I absolutely agreed. We want to make it easier to understand without slowing down players who already know how to use it. So those who know how to use heat will just shift-click things. Yeah, that's it. If you're one of these green little pixel clicker on top of the module, all right then. We plan to bring the different overload interactions together in one place. I mean, even if you are, you're probably faster doing it the new way, I would say. There will be an overload control next to the module racks with rack heat indicators pointing toward the racks they belong to. Yeah, I mean, this is all like very clear. This is this level, this is this level, this is this level. Unless you move the buttons around, then, well, that's that, right? I'm not disputing that there are overheat the whole rack use cases. I'm just saying I'm not qualified to say if this is a good or bad change for that situation because I simply don't know that situation. So it is, yeah, I can't give any input there. Activating the overload control puts the module area in an overload state. From there, you can choose the overload, an individual module or entire rack. Wait a second. I would need to see the animation. So you click this thing, and then you're basically on another like function layer, on another interaction layer with your modules. That's what I understand. Oh yeah, there's the little, the little energy symbol again. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is a good idea, but I cannot put myself into the shoes of a new player. I'm not really a fan of, well, can't say that either. I do use modifiers quite often in MMOs actually, to make a button do something other than it normally does. So this is basically a modifier, right? As in, instead of holding down shift and clicking the module, I would hope that if you hold shift, then these energy symbols automatically appear on your thing, right? And this is just a click to bring that up, and then click again to get out of that mode. My first reaction to this is like, nah, I don't know if this is causing more issues for new player than not. My instinct says it's probably confusing, more confusing than, but there has to be a better way. That's my feeling about it. Then again, I'm not a new player. I'm just, it will, however, not affect me because I'm using the hotkey anyways. So at least I'm not bothered by this. I don't know if this is the best way to get the new players to do this. Because, you know, so what I see happening, the thing why I'm wondering if this is a good idea. The new player clicks on this. I don't know, panic click, you know. His ship is about to explode. He wants to overload. Then he's in this overload mode, and he overloads a module, but the module is not on. And then he clicks the module frantically to, you know, have his shield booster cycling because, yeah, they need shield hit points or they're dead. And then they're like, oh shit, I need to get out of this mode first, and then oof, I don't know. My initial reaction is there has to be a better way. I mean, a new player now doesn't even know there is such a thing as overheating Yang Shampoo. The whole point of this is to get it into their face and sort of indicate, hey, this is something significant you might want to explore and maybe get skills for and whatnot. The icon in the middle is clutter. I mean, wait, the overheat status is this. So this one is a module that is currently heating. I think this is pretty good. I can probably survive the change from the green thing being greener than otherwise to, yeah, there's a red thing now when it's hot. That makes more sense to my brain. Can you even overheat without thermodynamics to begin with? No, but you don't know about it. But if you have a button in your face that is pretty significant, you are kind of inclined to figure out what this is. And then you might be like, oh, hold on a second. I can do more than just what my ship actually can do. This is a very important thing. People discovering that overheating is a thing, and not by watching a YouTube video or a streamer saying it, by them opening the game and be like, what is this? This is big. This must be important. That's the right way. But the whole, like, if you click this, you go into a different level of interaction with the other things via a click instead of a modifier hotkey. Click to modify what your buttons do, and then click again so they go back to... That's my understanding. Maybe I'm wrong. I think that's how it's supposed to work. You click on this, then you are in this overheating layer, and then you have to click again to get out of it. I'm not sold on that for new players. I mean, I don't have... I don't care. Or it's not going to change anything I can do now because I use a hotkey anyways. This is weird. Yang Shampoo. I'm a creator, and I wholeheartedly agree with this. If you have to watch a YouTube video to figure out how something works in a game, the game is bad at communicating. That should not be the case. It's obviously good for a YouTuber who can make a video and monetize on how to turn on and off a module because it's so hard you wouldn't figure it out on yourself. Yeah, but in the long run, this is not a good thing, even for the YouTuber, right? Okay, so I'm not sold if this is a good idea. But again, I'm not affected because I use hotkeys anyways. So I'm like, I wonder if it has the desired effect of making it easier for new players. Also, I'm not a new player, so it's hard to tell. Okay, we also want to preserve the existing shift-click interaction. Holding shift will take you directly into the overload state, allowing experienced players to continue shift-clicking modules to overload them. Oh, yeah. I mean, the faster you kind of get the person who is using this feature to understand, hey, this is a modifier, and you just... If you play WoW, you know what... If you play WoW seriously, you know what a modifier is. For gaming. And then you just have to... When you hover there, you just, you know, put it in the tooltip. Hey, you can also hit shift to get to the same thing. And then a lot of people who want to use this probably will not do the clicking because they realize or are being taught there's a feature called overload. Well, there's this feature. They hover. What is this? This is significant. Oh, overloading. Oh, that makes my ship perform better. Oh, okay. But I can also get that done with hitting a hotkey. Okay, cool. When hovering over a rack control, the HUD will also show which module belong to that rack. Yeah, cool. That's a nice little... Oh, even if you have the modules in different places, maybe. That's pretty cool, actually. Okay, situational awareness. This is... I use that term a lot. Not just in gaming, by the way. But let's leave it at that. This is super important. You are going to be so much better at whatever you do, be it gaming, if you have a better understanding on what's happening, what the context is right now you're in. This is super, super helpful. And the more a game is conveying this in a digestible way, the better. The more enjoyable the whole thing is. If you know why things happen, that's better. Another thing we saw during our research was difficulty understanding where things are located in space. Okay, now we're going away from these buttons. the juicy bit is coming, actually. Okay. The overview does a great job of telling you what is around you, but it is harder to use it to understand spatial relationships. When they say overview, they're talking about this now, this thing here, right? You can see a distance to your ship. You can see their speed. But you don't know where they are in relation to you. Are they behind you, in front of you, on top of you, yada, 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 right? Welcome back, John B. It is a super juicy topic, John B, and I personally find it extremely important to talk about this, to understand why, and to give our thoughts on this. And yeah, I have opinions. You might have noticed. So there you go. Okay, the overview does a great job of telling you what is around you, but it's harder to use it to understand spatial relationships. An object may be close by, but from the overview alone, it is not always obvious whether it's above you, behind you, or, you know, where. A minimap is a common way to convey this kind of information, so we are exploring how one could enhance situational awareness in EVE. Our current direction has 3 different minimap states. Okay, so with the current, they mean like what they're working on right now. So this is my understanding, the thing they will go into the feature preview first. The other things will be later. And minimaps don't work so well in 3D. Combi Bear, so I know Elite Dangerous has this. Star Citizen has something like it as well. Does No Man's Sky have it? So they have something like this with dots, be it 2D or 3D. They have a minimap. 2D, 3D, whatever. They have a minimap. Radar, or whatever you want to call it. So a lot of space games, I think this is fair, a lot of space games have this. EVE is a space game. EVE is a lot of times about positioning. And you can either, you know, rotate your camera like crazy and then have your brain calculate the things and whatnot. Or you have a little bit of a help to get better awareness on what's happening around you. If you have one pilot you're tracking, you know, you don't need this. But if there's a fight with multiple people and whatnot, this can be very helpful, I would say. It is obviously going to take a while to learn this, right? To take the fact that the green dot probably means, I don't know, this thing is above you. The red dot is things below you. I'm taking guesses. I have no clue what the dot colors mean. And white means that they are like on the same-ish plane I am, right? That's what I would assume. Let's see if I'm right, actually. It's probably wrong. But that's my assumption when I see this. The on-grid view map is the worst of the 3. Yeah, but it still, I would say, could provide assist with situational awareness. Is it going to be good enough for this to be the first thing they do? I don't know. I'm not as much as a PvPer at that as that guy Toxic is, for example. So if Toxic says, I would rather have the other map, oh, be my guest. I really want the other maps. This one here is, yeah, nice to have. But I'm way more excited about the others, that's for sure. So Toxic wants the other ones first as well. How will it decide what is red or blue? Or, oh wait, actually maybe the colors meant something else. The colors could be friendlies and enemies and neutrals. Oh, actually that might be what the color mean, but how do I know which one is above? And okay, let's read. The on-grid view is a visual representation of the entities around you. It allows you to quickly understand where ships and other objects are positioned on the grid. You will also be able to interact with the map and apply filters to control what is shown. This view is mainly intended to help with spatial awareness and get an overview of a fight. Okay, this is something that is not going to be... I mean, the dot is a ship. That far I will probably go, right? That's guaranteed to be a ship. A dot is a ship. Colors, yeah, if they were friendlies or enemies, I would have assumed there to be purple, blue, and these kind of colors, not gray and red. I don't know. Okay. Now, yeah. This is interesting, right? This could help with spatial awareness. I'm happy with that. It's going to be a while for your brain to automatically map this to your mental model or to help you being better this way. But I think this could be, for hardcore PvPers, probably a pretty cool thing. Yeah, making a 3D thing visualized on a 2D plane, that, yeah. You're going to translate things into other languages, like, you know, actual elevation to a color or something else, and then... Colors are dangerous for those that are colorblind. Yep. So I don't know. We'll have to see this in action as well. I'm kind of curious as to why this is the focus. Personally, I want to talk about this. This. That one, well, yeah, well, you kind of have this already. Just get the system map up, make it not full screen, and then you kind of have this, right? Okay, let's go here. When I saw this, my mind exploded. We have a system map. Yeah, we do. Nostromo. But let's talk about this now. Okay, we're talking not about this or about that. We're talking about this thing. Everything else we're not talking about. This could just be a new element in the UI that you can either have or not in that way or not. So you either have it on or not. If you don't want it, well, be my guest. We're talking about the fact that what this could do. So maybe a best case scenario, somebody's going to say, wait, you can already do this in Eve. And I'm talking in a reasonable way, not like you have to open up a new window, hit the refresh button, and then read a column in a spreadsheet, like kind of thing. I'm not talking, that doesn't count. FC, not Fenris Creations, the fleet commander. Almost every single effing fleet, when we are doing a Tutors fleet, I have a hard time to understanding where are my scouts, because I don't know the layout of the whole freaking map right now where we are right now, and I don't want to open a full screen kind of map about the thing where we are. I want... Well, this is amazing. Like, this gives me... I'm right here. I can go to the right or to the left or up or down. This in itself is absolutely glorious. And if we can apply the filters like activity and whatnot, this is so absolutely like crazy. If you have this in a compact format based on your current location plus, I don't know, 3-4 jumps out, maybe you can even define how many jumps out you're going to see. But now listen to this. What if I could see that Sally is here? Sally is like, oh, I got a whatever tackled. And I'm like, this interaction happens in every fucking Tutors fleet. Where are you right now? Hold on. And then, you know, Sally is tackling. Sally wants to not die and whatnot. And Sally has to drag the frickin' system. Tell me the system name, which doesn't tell me anything. Sally says, I'm in X-Tac Cube, whatever. I don't have a mental picture of this area because I'm not there every day, so I don't know where that is. And I'm like, can you link the system so I don't have to look it up and typing in the letters and finding the freaking system you're in? I can see Sally is here. I can just right click and be like broadcast destination or whatever. I want this as an FC, not a professional one, but as a Tutors FC, I want this. And I don't want to open the clunky map and change a filter and whatnot. I want this in a very compact format and no 2-3 jumps out where wing X is, where people belonging to wing X are, for example. The refresh rate will be an issue. I don't say this is technically easy or whatever. I'm just saying that would extremely help me out. It would reduce the time for a zippy fleet between, you know, oh, we got something until we get there, because the whole communication, oh, where are you? Oh, I have to type it. I have to look at the map or whatever. It would make the thing so much more fluid and enjoyable for the FC. This thing, if there's one thing I want this. I want to see Sally on this map. That's what I want. Or Sally's no longer here. Well, he was earlier. I want to see shit. I need another tackler. No, Wolfie doesn't tackle. You should be able to. Killua. Killua, is Killua a bobblier or a tackler? Pixa. No, I don't. Anyway, I want to see my scout. Scout A says I have something, and I want to know in relation to where I am right now, or the fleet is, because I'm with the fleet. Where is he? I can just click and we're going there. Yeah, it doesn't matter who the tackler is. Sorry, Medieval. I was going way too far into that Sally thing, right? The My Fleet on the map is a thing at the moment. Like, how? So you're telling me there is a way that shows me where my scouts are. It is, but you still got to go change it. So, okay, first of all, opening this one here is, and closing this one during these moments is like, that's too much friction. So, one step, having this in this little map thing, like the map in World of Warcraft, that would be great, because it's always on, it's always there. And no, I don't want this, chat. No, I don't want, is this even, I don't know what this does. Does this follow me? I should probably even explore if this comes close to what I want. Okay, so let's see if I can achieve what I want. Personal. My fleet members. Okay, now I'm obviously not. So I would. Yeah, but that's it, right? I don't have a Sally or a scout filter. It's just like, yeah, where everybody is. So maybe having a filter that only shows a specific wing would already come close to what I want, right? It follows you when you jump through the gate. But the minimap probably doesn't show your name. Use the fleet composition window. Don't know what that means, Medieval. No, Medieval, no. Now I know what you mean. You want me to go into the fleet composition window and then hit the refresh button to see where the person is? No. Fuck it. Definitely not. How quickly does the map update? Good question. I don't even know. How quickly does the Where's My Fleet thing update, chat? So, okay, on another note, I didn't even know I could do that. So putting this information more in the face that this is a thing you can do is already a good thing. Having this on the little mini-map, that's amazing, right? Wait, Stinson is Xing in fleet. In form fleet with. Okay, now we have a fleet. What do I need to do now? Click it again or something. Hold on. My fleet members. Okay, now I had to switch the filter for it to activate. Can you jump somewhere? Oh, wait, that's me. I'm an idiot. Where's Stinson? Stinson is here. All right. Let's say we are all roughly in the same place. Stinson, can you jump to... You have to undock for this one. You started it. It's on you. Can you go to one of these? Tell me in chat when you jump into a system. Stinson is looking for the undock button. Hold on, chat. Jumping now. Okay, Stinson is jumping now, chat. I would already say this is not going to work. So the problem here is not the fact that we don't have a map that shows this. It's just like the information we have here is absolute garbage in terms of real-time communication with the fleet. This is not helping. No, Raze, if I have to click a button now to figure out where they are, as in, you know, change or refresh something, that's not good enough. That is too much friction. Time's lost. You're warping to the next gate. Okay. 2 jumps made. Yeah, this is not usable. Sorry. I probably have to go, I don't know, planet scan range, and then we go back to my fleet members. Now he's in new... He did 2 jumps. Wait, he didn't even update the second jump yet. This is information that is, I don't know how long, how old, but in a fleet, this should be instant. So, I want the feed... Here's the thing. I don't care how they implement it or whatnot. When I saw this, I was like, oh my god, it would be amazing if I could see Sally is here. And obviously it has to be close to real time within, I don't know, give it maybe... I would be okay with 5 seconds delay or something like this, or maybe even 10, but not like this we just saw. That's crazy, right? You could have gone to Naiban first. I hope not. Anyways, I need to click things to get a refresh, which is a no already. The new minimap could add a refresh button, or some like hotkey like D-scan, right? Sally presses the dot where he is, and yours displays it. I mean, what? So, okay, let's... Is there an enemy spotted filter or something? Like... Oh, yeah. There's a hotkey you can press in the... How's it called? In the fleet broadcasts, like enemy spotted or something. And then it should highlight shit on this map. And you know where this just happened. So Sally just has to press the... Or use the hotkey, hey, I got something, and then the thing starts blinking. I don't need to know it's Sally. I hear Sally on comm. Sally said, I have, but... And then the thing blinks here, or it flashes, and I just set destination and let's go. Nostromo, I don't know if there will be a chance to have something like this, but as an FC, well, as a tutors FC with not a lot of experience, I would absolutely love that. In faction warfare as well, you know, if you were in a small group who was doing multiple sites and wants to help each other out, when there's some attacks going on, like, yo, I'm 2 jumps out, somebody's coming in, can you come to my side and help me out? That would be another use case for this, which would be absolutely glorious, for example. Medieval, this little feature, let's go back to what I said at the beginning in terms of significance. When they added the 2D map, the way it is now, it motivated me to do things I haven't done before. And that's an amazing change if that happens, right? If it not just alleviates pain, if it makes you do things you would not have done or not even thought of that you would enjoy. I would FC more if I had that, because it gives you so much more. So, you know, they're talking about situational awareness, and then they are looking into the spatial one on grid, right? And then that one is just, you know, a zoom level, actually 2 zoom levels out. This is system, and this is the map. And I want to have that awareness on a life info kind of manner, right? That would be absolutely amazing. If you have real-time positioning of the person who pings I got something, that's basically what it boils down to. That would be absolutely hilarious. Okay, that's the thing that blew my mind when I saw this. Yeah. Moving on. Lloyd George Art. Hero. Sorry. Hello to you as well. How's it going? Not sure it was worth waiting for 2.5 hours. To me, it was. Are you an FC, Lotus Space? To me, it was. If you're an FC, I think this would be helping so much to make quick decisions. Like, you could even have 2 pings, right? You know where the fleet is. And this is not... It happened multiple times where, oh, I have this there, and then Sally... well, Killua says, I have this there, and Sally has this there. And then, okay, where is where? And then, you know, the whole... figuring out where it is. If you get 2 pings, like this is instant. Sally clicks the button, Killua clicks the button. I see we are here. Sally's flash is here. Killua's flash is here. I know exactly. Oh, we're going here first. Well, taking into consideration what they caught, but I can immediately tell how fast we're going to be. Where are we going to be faster, and can factor that into my decision making, which would be absolutely glorious. Anyways, and here's the thing. You know what the funny thing is? I could actually build this right now. If Sally has a little tool on their computer which reads their combat log or their Eve log, right? In the Eve log, you can see if somebody jumps somewhere. Like immediately, it shows up in the log. That little tool that is living on Sally's computer is going to then send that information immediately to a little server. And I have a little widget that basically does this. I could do this. So if I can do this, why can't FC? Why not use Wonder? I don't know what Wonder is, Anubis. Does Wonder show who is where? Can you send... I mean, if I can do it, somebody might actually have done it. SMT does that as well. So I can basically have already... You're saying I can have an overlay on my Eve client with an existing tool where I get that... Where I get what I just said I want. I want if Sally clicks spotted enemy bottom, or... I don't know, Sally does something and then I get something flashing on my screen, which is oriented on my position, and I know... Well, I have this. I want this with... Yeah, somebody said I caught something here. Can I do this already with a tool? Rift has a lot of intel options. Yeah, that doesn't help me understand if I can do what I just described. Then you would have to organize the map space yourself so that it is readable like a 2D map in game, which is gonna be a headache. Not sure I understand. So, sorry, what is SMT again? What does that stand for? SMT is same as Rift. Okay. What does it stand for? It's an acronym, I reckon. Maybe I recognize what it is when I know what it means. Slayzanger's Eve map tool. Oh, I think I heard that in the past. Okay. Oh, and that information is based on like it is life, as I was asking for. So let's say Sally and I both need the tool and then we get life information. Is that correct? Because if it relies on the Eve API, it's going to be, 5 minutes late. Wonder is live. Okay, so Wonder does that already. And we just need to share the same map or something. Holy shit, man. I need to look into this. Okay, if I don't have to install an external tool for it, that would obviously even be better. So having it in here would be great. Thanks for pointing me that direction. I'll actually try that. Wander would work, but it's not great for fleets, as the map would get very messy. SMT monitors your intel channels. It's meant for wormhole groups. Maybe we can make it work somehow. However, I believe we can all agree that if the feature I'm talking about would be in-game right away somehow, and yeah, that would be kind of cool. Well, it would solve a problem I have. That is, there's so much friction figuring out where your scout is. Unless, you know, you're just, I don't know, staring at the current map and listening to comms and build a mental image of where your scouts are now, and they're not all in the same place, and you're somehow not going crazy doing this. Yeah. Okay, let's go. What else is there? The Metro map gives you a simplified view of nearby systems and the stargates connecting them. The goal is to make it easier to quickly understand the systems around you and decide where you want to go next without opening a larger map. Yes, please. This view is mainly intended for navigation while moving through space, and should be especially helpful when roaming in hostile space to not get caught in dead-end systems. Okay, yeah, that's one use case. I want to have 700 more for this. In this view, just like others, the filters from your star map are applied, so the color indicates what you have selected in the main star map, such as pilots in space, active Sinos, or Triglavian minor victory systems. Okay, we can use the filter. That's perfect. It just needs to be live, depending on the information. I mean, you know, asteroid belt there, not there, doesn't have to be that quick, but I need to see that the scout is there now, like when they jump. And then we have the system view. This is the thing I did understand the least. In terms of value, because we literally have this, just it's not round, we have it in a window. Okay, system view shows the current solar system and the major locations within it. This is mainly intended to give you better context for where you are within a system and to help with activities such as mission running. I mean, it removes the friction of, or, yeah, you know, the window itself you have for the system view is taking way more space than it actually has to just to get an overview and the quick decision making. This is better. So sort of the same reason why I like this better than having the map open, like, I don't know. You can't see what I'm doing. That's probably not helping. You know, we could take the map and have it like. Can I open multiple of these? No, probably not. It's kind of small. Oh wait, that's not where I am. I was confused. I actually should, maybe I want to try to use this in a very small version. And see if it already makes my life a bit easier. Maybe it could. Information just needs to be live. F11. Yeah, that's the thing I don't know. I guess... can I have just this? I want this. And well, this is basically the, yeah, that's the minimap for the solar system, right? So that one and that one, generally this is wasted space. I don't want to see this. Can I turn this off? No, I think that's just one. You can't even do anything with this, right? The hell is this stuff? Okay. Yeah, that closes the whole thing. Yeah, you can't. You have all of this clutter all the time. That's not cool. You need the region? No, I need kind of like a bunch of jumps around me. Like what this is proposing, right? This is proposing a bunch of jumps around you. Maybe you can even zoom, I don't know. Yeah, if I go from useful to less useful, I don't really know what I want to do with this. Oh, sorry. I'm, again, in the zippy fleet or in a NPSI fleet scenario. Why would that be interesting? I don't know. That maybe just to zoom out a little, but it would be much better if you could just zoom in and out, but then you use this, right? Yeah, I think we have the same functionality, more or less, except for the system view. We have that here already with a 2D map now. I think I just learned that I should use the 2D map in this format during fleets to get a better awareness already. Now, I will not have the live ping, but at least when Sally says I'm in H-tag whatever, I might actually just see it here, right? And then I can right-click and set destination. Okay. Jesus. We should have had that talk way earlier. It does show the system name, so it's easier than nothing. Yeah, definitely. This is pretty good. The boxes need a selection option to have open or not. Now, also, I'm still not, like, I have one mode now. Like, right now, this is pretty annoying to... these are my favorites. Okay. Okay, you know what I want? I won't be able to switch through certain information pieces, like certain filters with a hotkey. Or maybe even a modifier. I want to hit shift and then it's going to show me, I don't know, activity. I want to release and then I see where my fleet is. I want to hit control and I see the third one or something. That would be really cool for fast decision making based on a bunch of things. Can you hotkey favorites? I don't know, can you? Man, if you can hotkey favorites, I'm gonna hit myself. Can you? No. I don't think so. Don't think so. Yeah, I'm basically looking for something that is not taking a lot of space, but helps me understand what's going on around me when I'm in a fleet and trying to figure out how to get everybody to a place for whatever reason. So you can kind of emulate this a little bit, but you don't have live information about fleet positioning. That's just too slow. But yeah, this would be really cool. I like this. Yada, yada, yada. And then, oh God, guys, I peed a little when they said that. So before, I'm not going to go into details about this, but basically hotkeys for boosters. And not just like one by one, you can define a set of boosters, hit one button and it consumes whatever what you pre-configured is part of that. They called it something with C, right? A chute. All right. A cute chute. This is kind of crazy good. So that is new functionality, right? So you don't have to go through your inventory and have a filter active so you can find your boosters or select multiple, right click, consume all. That is super frictiony. Just having, hey, I hit A. That's my like ultimate, oh shit, now I need that. I need everything I have button. This is good. I love this. And yeah, even a booster hold is kind of mentioned here, which is kind of cool. Wonder how this is going to work in terms of, yeah, size of the booster hold and whatnot. I like this. This is not part of the first iteration, though. We will not get this with the winter release, I believe. Configurable shield or armor level, like alerts, to consume drugs. Okay, that's automation, Alec. I don't know about that. Is this still the update? So this the consumables will come at a later stage. That's my understanding. But this is going to be really, really cool. So removing friction in a situation where, you know, shit's already hitting the fan and then you have to, I don't know, right-click on something and find a context menu entry in order to get it to apply. That's just, I don't know, not enjoyable. You can spin it how much you want, but right-clicking on a thing when shit hits the fan and finding a context menu entry to activate something, that's just so out there. That's just crap. I don't think we can even double... No, we can't. The only way to use a drug is to right-click on that fucker and hit consume. Or am I missing something? Don't tell me I'm missing something. I'm going to feel even worse if you tell me a way to consume a booster that is not right-clicking on it. Double-click should work? Yeah, right-click in space, find context, and click. You never tried. Now, I don't think double-click works. I would have figured that out by now, right? Double-click is not a good idea, Neve. Maybe not. No, I don't think double-click works. Somebody in chat would have said it works at this point, if it did. So, no. Double-click is going to open the info window. Yeah, that's not what you want in the heat of the moment. Oh, shit. Double-click gives you info? Oh, yeah. Double-click actually opens it. I never double-clicked on a thing in Eve so far. I didn't know you could do that. Look at that. Pretty cool. Oh, wow. I don't have to right-click and show info. Oh, that hurts. Holy shit. Who? Okay. Am I the only one who just discovers this? For 2 decades, I would right-click and show info, and I could have fucking double-clicked on it. Oh, I think I'm gonna end the stream now. You know, there might even have been a situation in the past where I accidentally did this and I was like, where's that fucking window coming from? I don't know what the hell. Oh god, we should talk more about interface, right? Oh. Ouch. Yeah, I think I just... You know what? I'm not qualified for what I did the last 3 hours. Let's do giveaways. Fuck this shit. I'm so sad right now. I can't... No. Seriously? I don't know. Cheers. Okay, we had a hype train. Let's go there. 3 levels were completed. So you can choose a crazy wheel if you want. Yeah, I'm happy I know it now, but I'm so sad I didn't the last 20 years, Combi Bear. And that outweighs the happiness. So I'm sad right now. I hate context menus. If I hate something, it's context menus, having to figure out things. Where are the things? Oh god. Alright. What wheel do you want, chat? Normal. Crazy. The two options. It's that easy. So we determine what kind of giveaways you want. Do you want quadruple billion-isk prices on a wheel that has a lot of clutter, as in less likely to spin into? Or do you want triple million-isk prices on it, but less clutter? That's the question. Let me know. Which wheel? So there's a poll going right now. In the meantime, I don't know. How do I... Okay, the booster thing is going to be really cool. This is a new element. You can either use it or not, so everybody's going to be happy. Cool stuff. Customization. This is, I believe, one of the most important things. I want to be able to move... You know, these things are now grouped together. Like the speed is a thing. We have a map that is a thing. We have the buttons that are a thing. We have the consumables that are a thing, and other elements that are groups, right? At least let me move individual groups to wherever I want, and maybe even turn on and off if need be. That would be cool. So customization would be absolutely glorious. The more the better. I know customization makes it a pain or more effort in development, but not if you are doing this with customization in mind and you're redoing it anyways, it's not that much more effort. So, and I'm pretty sure they mentioned it already, and the question is, how much of it are they going to expose to us? Allow us. You don't want a new player to accidentally remove the main element, right? How do you prevent that from happening? Because if a new player somehow turns off, well, this thing, yeah, that's not cool, right? Or the modules, right? That cannot happen, full stop. You just want your module to stay in the heat mode, even if... Okay, that's kind of another gameplay feature. That's not necessarily a UI thing. That's just you want a function that doesn't exist. And I wonder if they... I would love it as well. Wary. Okay, so this is cool. What does the article say? Customization. We know how important UI customization is in EVE. Current HUD is relatively fixed. You can move the whole HUD between the bottom and top of the screen, and modules can be rearranged, but the individual parts of the HUD cannot be positioned independently. We want to move toward treating the HUD as a set of components. Love it. That could mean moving modules into a vertical layout next to your overview, using a smaller version of the medallion, or hiding parts of the HUD you don't need. Don't want the minimap? Hide it. Want a more compact HUD? That should be possible too. Yeah, I want. Yeah, give me. However, this level of customization will not be part of the first iteration. We're still gathering ideas and looking at which parts of the HUD should be customizable. All of them. That's not even a question. Why are you even... That's not... No. No. All of them. So this is an area where your feedback will be especially useful. I just gave it. All of them. All of it. Screen real estate. We're being careful about how much screen space the new HUD uses. The goal is not to make everything larger or add more UI for the sake of it. We want each part of the HUD to use as little space as it reasonably can while still being readable and useful. That's always a trade-off. And you're not going to make everybody happy with this. So new elements such as the minimap and booster controls do take up additional space. That is one of the reasons customization and the ability to hide parts of the HUD are important. You should be able to decide what information you need to pilot your ship in New Eden. Yes, yes, yes. How much does erst want? Yes. Abiba says not all. Can you imagine accidentally hiding your modules with a misclick? No, I mean, I don't think you should be able to customize your UI while you are using it. I am perfectly fine if you have to hit escape, I don't know, click a button, and then you are in edit mode, whatever. You're not going to do that accidentally, right? And I have seen games in the past, quite popular ones, which did try that, and it kind of works. So, have seen that. There's a solution. There's that. The reason is not that there are not ideas on how to do this. This doesn't have to be something that you can do in a moment's notice in a fight because it makes sense. I don't think it does in such a scenario. You are like, okay, now I want to configure the way shit is supposed to be. Edit mode. And then you can allow to tick and untick everything. Shouldn't be that hard. And not even that much effort, I would say. If you have that in mind when you do this. Okay, first impressions matter. One piece of feedback that came up consistently in our new player interviews was that the HUD felt dated compared with the rest of EVE's UI. First impressions matter, and an interface that felt modern 10 years ago can naturally start to feel out of place over time. As part of this work, we want to bring the HUD closer to the visual quality of the rest of EVE, with modern interactions, animation that bring the interface to life, and a visual style that feels distinctively EVE. I'm a little bit confused what they're referring to. Huh? What am I missing? The most modern thing on this HUD, or on this screen right now, is the HUD. What? These are square windows with table-like data in it. Okay, I don't know what they are trying to say here. Okay, help me, chat. What? Okay. One piece of feedback that came up consistently in our new player interviews was the HUD felt outdated compared with the rest of EVE's UI. Are they talking about your 3D spaceship and the sun? I don't know what they mean. I don't understand this sentence. So they clearly asked somebody something. I would like to know what that was. Are they talking about, like, I don't know, this? I don't know. Or maybe the ring around the ESI thingy when you rob it? The Neocom? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I call this one, like right now I don't understand it. So, you know, what's the word? Reasonable doubt. As in, they probably just don't understand. Or, no, in dubio pro reo, or whatever it's called. But if they actually mean 60% of my screen right now is definitely less fancy than the HUD. Of the whole screen, that is. Okay, the radial menu is pretty modern, I would say. It's pretty cool. I don't know. You need to switch to 4K. I don't know, really? No, not for stream. Okay, I don't understand that sense. First impressions matter. Yes, I agree. And an interface that felt modern 10 years ago can naturally start to feel out of space over time. Out of place over time. So I absolutely agree that this looks way more modern. Well, this part, than the HUD we have right now. Yes. But not compared to the other things. As part of this work, we want to bring the HUD closer to the visual quality of the rest of Eve. I mean, if they're talking, making the interaction elements and status indicator as beautiful as Eve itself, yeah, I see what they're talking about, right? But maybe more integrated. Why not? Sure. Maybe that's what they meant. The rest of Eve with modern interactions, animation that brings the interface to life, and the visual style that feels distinctively Eve. For sure. Okay, cool. Feedback. Okay. Saving HUD layout. Wait. Saving HUD layouts. Oh, holy shit. Oh, what? Feedback we are hearing from you already. Screen real estate and customization. We are aware that these topics are important for players and are actively taking those into consideration like mentioned above. Saving HUD layouts. We hear you. And this is something we want to explore in the future. In what capacity or when is uncertain at the moment. Okay. Opting out. Similar to when the Photon UI was being developed, you will be able to opt out while the HUD is in development. We expect the opt-out phase to be quite long. On a high adoption rate, once a high adoption rate is achieved, we will move into the final release phase. At this stage, we hope that we've built something together that we'll all agree works better. Future capabilities. We see IDs around future capabilities and are monitoring that. For example, on request, one request is to integrate the drone UI more deliberately into the HUD. I mean, there's something like with the fighters already. Isn't fighters kind of like drones, just for bigger ships? I don't do capital ships, but I've seen this like fighter button thingies and whatnot before. Okay, join the conversation. Yeah, we did. Oh, this was way too long. Okay, sorry, but not sorry. I think this is important. So, oof, that was way more intense than I thought it would be. Thanks for hanging out. If you're still here, hope you got something out of it. I know this is, it's probably the single hardest topic to talk about. This has been here for 20 years, pretty much the same way, and now it's going to change quite significantly. Calling it an evolution is a bit of a stretch at this point. Is a big jump. Personally, I think it's needed though. But yeah, opinions, right? Everybody has one. What wheel did you choose? What time is it? Oh god. Okay. Obviously the crazy wheel. Thanks for those who tried. Oh wow, actually. Wait, what? It was by one vote? All right. A crazy wheel wins by a single vote. Well, if you made it the same amount of votes, I would have just picked myself. Okay. Sorry, but sorry, what was that? You, TenorH? Vote breakdown. Who messed this up? Oh no, TenorH didn't. You could have voted. You didn't vote. That's why. Oh. A slow clicker detected. Okay, where were we? If we have... Yeah, we have a bit more charging than it should have been. But anyways, if we get a few more charges, we can do 4 charging giveaways. And, well, yeah, wheel first. Come on. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, the triple charge was me overshooting a little because I didn't want to interrupt the thing we were doing. Thanks for the support. You guys are all. Sorry, Sam. Feel free to post a link if it's somewhat related to what we're doing. Don't link OnlyFans pages. Not what we were doing. Yeah, I mean, the 2003 UI looks way, way different. There was one big step in, I think they mentioned it. Was it 2007 when they pretty much did what we have now? Something like this. So the UI we have now is almost 2 decades old. There were like a few initial Eve years where it looked significantly different, but yeah. And then there was, yeah, no, the HUD didn't change with Proton, did it? Don't think it did. All right, 1 sec. Wheel. We need 3 prices on a crazy wheel. Oh shit, oh my god, they modified the thing again. I really need to make my own wheel. This is annoying. We'll do 500 plex. We do a bill, ISK, and a 3rd price. What would that be? Tire, no need. Stinson has a 705 stream streak. Wasn't there a 3D minimap in 2003? I don't remember that. That's way too bad. Well, like, far away. 1 carbon? No, that's not cool. The skin pack from yesterday. Not sure what that is. Yeah, so no, my yogurt is not empty. My yogurt is probably over now because of the whole thing. I haven't even finished my coffee yet, and we're about to end. Wait. You know what? You had to watch through this whole thing. Not 5,000. We will put 500 plex on this twice. Anybody against this? Here, shuffle. Skins or GTFO? I would have to sift through a container full of things on a table like UI. I don't want to do this right now. Is this within toss? Too much plex. The number of plex is not relevant, right? All right. Good luck. 3 spins. Same rules as usual. If we hit a specific noise for the first time, the second time, or if we hit a specific noise for the first time repeatedly, it goes away. It makes it a respin. Let's just, I don't know, my brain is fried. Too much reading. Thanks for the follow. Kirk. Oh, ooh, that was a close one. Holy shoot.
Nino.
Sorry. Spin number 1, wasted. Spin number 2. Nostromo was just here for that. Okay.
Nino.
That's a respin for Nino, so spin number 2. Again, spin number 2. That was a goon. Sorry. Spin number 2. Gone. Spin number 3. This could be the last spin. Unless it's another goon passing by. I mean, a crazy wheel with 3 spins? That's on you. Come on, a little further. A little further. Fast. Yes.
Banana.
Sorry, chat. I was like blowing at the monitor. It worked. Oh. Sorry, chat. Not today. The bank wins. That's what you get if too many of you are not of my opinion. Okay, let's close this thing. However, we still have... Okay, if we charge a little bit more, we have 5 winners of... wait, we haven't done the 500 million either. Oh god, okay. Charge, and if we are at 500%, it's going to be 5 winners of 200. One winner gets 207 mil, courtesy of code erst, unless I need to... Oh, yeah, I need to. Hold on a second. Oh, code erst is increasing a little bit. Thanks for the support there, Iceman. Much appreciated. Let's get everything up in the right order, in the right whatever. Okay, so code erst is 357 million. Thanks a lot. And we are going to have a raffle with 5, 6, 7 winners. That's the plan. And there it is. Good luck. Top winner gets 500 million ISK. That's the 500 million ISK for today. And then we have 357 million ISK courtesy of code erst. That's the second from top. Everybody else that remains on the screen once this carnage is over will get 200 million ISK courtesy of the charging. I'm kind of surprised on how strong of an opinion I have about the UI stuff. And surprised how okay I am with kind of significant changes. To me, or I think the main reason is I really like the futuristic look of the new stuff. It's probably what makes it work for me. Is the UI so bad? Not in my opinion, Kurg. Like, I'm surprised how strongly in favor of this change I am. How strongly I was advocating for it, that it's a good thing, that we have to do this now. Have I ever considered becoming an art critic? No, I would just greenlight everything, apparently, more or less. Is there an ETA given? I think with the winter expansion, we will get this into feature preview. That's my feel about it. That means you have to opt in to try it out, right? So nothing's going to change. For if you don't want. But eventually, so what I learned with the Proton gig back in the day, how long ago is the Proton change? No, not Proton, Carbon. What's it called? The new UI stuff they did. That gave us multiple overviews and all this thing. I think it's Carbon, right? What's it called? A photon? Sorry, Photon. Oh, I'm mixing up all these words at this point. Photon UI. I remember this being pretty significant as well. And I think I was really happy to have switched to it as soon as I could to get used to it before they turned off the old one. I highly suggest you do this as well. As soon as the new stuff is coming, try to get used to it. So you are not going to be forced to get used to it within, like, well, we're turning off the old one today. Now you have to. Right? Take your time. Getting used to an interface takes time. You may have bought, switched from one card to another, and for the first week you had, like, I don't know, pain in parts of the body you didn't even know existed, but it went away after a week. Just give yourself that week, right? Or longer, I reckon. Never been an early adopter. I kind of want to know what's coming. I want to be ready for it. It's just me. Okay, closing the raffle. 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Okay, we have, holy shit, how many winners? 7. Okay, that's a long list. Jeez. You still refuse to use the new one? What do you mean? Photon UI is what you have. You can't go back to the previous one. Sorry, Outlook. Well, I don't use it often enough to care how it looks. If I get a mail, you know, every other week, so whatever. Yeah, for YouTube, it's not working, the raffle. I don't have an integration there yet. It's working for Kick and Twitch. All right, congrats too. We have a Tan Strike who gets the 500 mil. Auto drops the 357. And then everybody else gets 200 million ISK courtesy of the charging. Please speak up and hit exclamation mark IGN. If you have not registered your in-game name, you can hit exclamation mark IGN space. And then you put your in-game name there and hit enter. That makes it so I have this automatically available and I just need to click and paste and give the prices. So it's done and I don't have to put things on my stack to do later and make mistakes later and whatnot. And everybody saw that I gave away the money to the person who won it and whatnot. All right, everybody spoke up. Wonderful. Let's go over here. So we have Tan Strike getting, whoops, wrong button. There, Tan Strike gets the 500 mil. Oh shit, apparently not. Wait, where's my, oh, you're not seeing what I'm doing. That's also not good. Where Eve client? Hold on, we'll get there. Matter of, I don't know, Erst figuring out things. There. Not yet. There. There. Tan Strike. 500 mil. Yes, it is. Did I click it? Or is Eve having a hiccup? I didn't click it. Auto drops. Gets the 357 mil. For those who want to go, this is the end for today's stream. We will be raiding in a moment. I'll have some closing words, but that's it. 200 mil. Once. Twice. And number 3. Number 4. And last one. Going to Shogun. Okay, that's done. Yep, we can do this now and complete that thing. All right, so everything is, I think, caught up. I hope I didn't miss anything. If I did, and it was important, you know, there's a feedback channel in Discord. Feel free to let us know if you have any ideas of improvements. If you have specific feedback to this session. This session was different. I feel like this was way more intense than what I usually do on the stream. And I absolutely do welcome input there, as long as you keep it like just putting this was shit in the feedback channel in Discord is not gonna help. I'm gonna discard that because I need to know why in order to make improvements. I was very talkative. Yeah, I was chatting a lot, right? It was definitely, I can feel like it was draining a bit to me. I think I did argue a bit too long about the same point. Yeah, but if you have more, let me know, right? We didn't undock much, that's for sure. Well, not at all, in fact. All right, that was it from me. Thanks for hanging out. Somebody said there is sales and whatnot. Well, you know, if you do shopping in EVE and you want to support a creator, make sure to use a code. If you want to support this channel, that would be code ERST, and it is very much appreciated. goes right back into the channel one way or another. There's also giveaways related to it, so we're giving back through that as well. Where do we go next with life? I raided Monkey yesterday. Oh, got Toxic is... Oh god, Toxic is talking about the interface. We're going to raid Toxic. That guy Toxic, another Common Nonsense team member, is streaming. He hasn't actually been streaming for a while, so let's go over there. Next up, that guy Toxic. I'll be back again tomorrow, pre-downtime with something. Not necessarily Eve. Then from downtime, it will be Eve. Yeah, that's about it. Everybody, you guys take care. Fly. See you next time. Bye.
Wiggle, wiggle.